Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Inspired by Mystery podcast. I am your host, Sammy Soros, and I have a very special guest today. This is my dear friend over many years. This is Delia Bside. So I'd like to welcome
Yo,
Delia to the show.
thank you, thank you. Hello.
Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. And it's
Me
just in
too.
time for spooky season. So
Yay.
October obviously is the best month of the entire fucking year, and we
Totally.
wait. I mean, this show we've done a lot of different things. We've covered a lot of different topics, but the spooky stuff is our favorite. We
Hell
no
yeah.
matter who we talk to, always goes down some kind of spooky rabbit hole. But since it's October, I wanted to make
Extra
sure to
spooky.
have extra spooky. So why is Delia extra spooky? You are probably asking. When we met probably, I would say, 2007 or so, when we lived in San
Yeah.
Diego. A little bit of
Hmm.
backstory. And one of the things that I feel like we bonded on pretty quick is you were a paranormal investigator,
Yes.
which I thought was so interesting. And we had so much to talk about right out of the gate, because I was like, wait a minute, you're an actual paranormal investigator, like doing it like semi professionally at
Hmm.
that time, which I have always been so interested in all of this stuff. And meeting somebody that actually had the balls to go out there and do it professionally, it was pretty cool. So that, I think that's how our friendship kind of really started, was us being able to just kind of talk about all of these stories. So here we are today, however many 14, 15 years later, and
Wow.
we're, I know, isn't that crazy to think about that it was that long ago?
Yeah.
Holy shit, time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah. And
Holy
even when
crap.
you're not.
Even when you're not, yeah, it still keeps on fucking going. But yeah, so in the spirit of October, I would like for us to start our fantastic conversation about your paranormal investigation. So tell me where your interest at least began with this. Was this something you were always interested in spooky stuff as a kid? Is it something that you kind of got into later on in life? Like, where did it start for you?
That's hard to say because I really don't remember a time in my life, even as like a tiny child, where I wasn't thinking about ghosty things or alien things. And it started like this. So when I was really little, probably about three-ish, I started having sleeping problems. This is like probably my first memories, and I couldn't sleep. So, and I didn't sleep like a normal night's sleep until I was about 21. So
Really?
yeah. So I had a lot of interesting things happen to me at night. Sleep deprivation, maybe, I don't know, but I really feel, and in my little kid brain, um,
Oh, hey, Dell. I'm so sorry.
yes,
Give me 1 second. Hold tight. We just got a raid. We just got a
okay.
raid by Chris Reject, my fantastic and wonderful friend. Hello. Chris, I hope that your gaming stream was awesome. Roxy, welcome into the room. Our most fantastic mod and my very dear friend, Miss Roxy Gunn. Thank you guys for all the follows. Chris, I hope your show was awesome and I hope you had a great time. Thank you guys for popping in. You came just in time. We just started. We're just learning a little bit about the history of my dear friend Delia here and how she got into paranormal investigation. So, thank you for all the new followers, and please continue. Tell me. So, your sleep problems as a small child, like what
Yeah,
kind of sleep issues were you having? Sleep paralysis or night terrors?
all of it, all of it. I would hear
Ouch.
like voices coming from the closet. Sleep paralysis was just a regular thing. Lucid dreaming, astral projection. Um,
Wow.
and I remember this one specific time. So often I would see a light, like it's like I would sense it. I ended up having to share a room with my brother because I just couldn't sleep. And so my parents were like concerned, and they're like, "Okay, well, sleep with your brother." And so I was probably about 4 or 5 at the time. We had this long hallway, and our bedroom was at the end of the hallway, and I could sense this, I guess, presence that was like a ball of white, um, kind of like light violet white light coming down the hall, and I could see it coming from under the door. So
Oh
whenever I
my
would open the
goodness.
door, and it happened where like often I didn't have the balls to like get up out of bed, but every now and again I did. And when I would open the door, as soon as I would open the door, it was just pitch black. But because I was looking at this white light, it was like the darkness was blinding. So that really started to scare me because I wasn't sure. Like I felt like it was calling to me,
Yeah.
and
Oof.
I,
Spooky.
yeah, yeah. So I knew that was something going on, and I remember talking to my mom about it. Um, I was probably about 5, no more than 5. And I remember going to the kitchen, and I was like, okay, today's the day I'm going to ask my mom what's going on with this light. Does she see it too? Is this a normal thing? Do people see? I knew that I was seeing things other people weren't, but I didn't know to what extent. So I asked my
Sure.
mom, I told her about this white light, and she, was raised Catholic, and your little kid is telling you that they're getting visitations. Obviously, there's some concern and maybe some fear, a lot of fear. So her response was, "Oh, that's just God sending His angels to protect you." I know, but even as a kid, I knew that was just
Wastebasket
BS.
diagnosis right there. Yeah.
Right? And I was like, bullshit, and no, and I'm never telling you anything again. So I didn't. But it was really strange because it wasn't until I was older and understood like how fax machines worked. It was almost like I was getting faxed information at night. And so as a kid, I was given the information that what we think of as ghosts and what we think of as aliens um, exist. How can I say, they use time as travel, and I didn't understand. I didn't have the vocabulary with my little kid brain, but I understood it because it was shown to me in pictures. They use time as we know it as a means for traveling, and because they are interdimensional beings. And so with that knowledge, like that kind of just sparked the whole thing. So back to the question, I don't remember a time in my life where I wasn't interested in this, and I feel more like
Wow.
it was interested in me than the other
Yeah.
way around. So,
Wow, you just came right out of the womb, just opened up, just
yeah,
completely open to this entire realm. I find that fascinating. That's a fascinating thing to experience such profound experiences as a small child. So it's not something that came as you grew and got older. This has just always been a part of you. So much so that you were like, okay, it's weird, but it's always happened. So maybe I should talk to someone about it and see if they're having similar experiences. It just kind of seemed like normal, but all of a
right,
sudden you're like, but is it actually normal? Like no one else is talking about this light,
right.
which is spooky.
And I never really figured out what the light was because I didn't like, I had the guts enough to open the door on several occasions, but I never stepped out into the darkness because as soon as I would open the door, the light was gone. It was just pitch black. And that's what scared me because it felt really alone, whereas like the light felt like this comforting kind of calling to me. And then all of a sudden it's boom, it's dark, and I'm just all alone. I'm the only one awake in the house. So
But
it
it
was
felt comforting. That
the
that
light
light
did. Yeah,
felt maybe a protective force. Do you feel like maybe because you were having
could
such
be.
intense dream traveling experiences that it was something looking out for you and protecting you?
It could be.
Maybe.
I've thought about that, but I've also kind of thought like maybe it was a trick. I don't know. Like
You
maybe
never
it was
know.
something I don't know because I never took a step out of the room. I mean, I was a little kid. And so I would wake up like, half off the bed, like with my feet on the pillow, lots of night terrors, lots of sleep paralysis, that I had that exploding head syndrome. You know about that?
Yes, real
Yeah,
yes.
I had that several
Holy
times
shit.
where it's like, then you like astral project and you're like, what's going on? And you see
Like
yourself.
a
It was
super loud noise in your own head, like
yeah,
one big
yeah,
loud bang. Holy
yeah.
shit.
And then all of a sudden you're like, out of your body. So I experienced a lot of that
Wow.
as a kid without even really meaning to. So then as I started getting older, shows like sightings or In Search of or all of those kind of like creepy 90s shows
Mm-hmm.
I love them, love them, love them, love them. I was like, these are my people. I'm still a kid. I think I was probably like 9, 10, 11 when those shows came out, maybe. And I would watch them. I was home alone a lot, which probably also helped to kind of tune into what I was hearing. Um, there was a lot of voices too, like right as you're going to sleep. Uh, and I know a lot of people have experienced this. I've asked them. It's kind of a weird thing. I think people might get shy to talk about, but and I think kids experience it a lot more. It's like when you're falling asleep, like right before that moment of sleeping, um, you get like you hear. It's almost like a picking up a radio signal of conversations, where you hear voices, or like sometimes they're very angry and it's directed at you. They're like, "You fucking bitch," or that kind of thing, and like really horrible growling voices. Um, so I experienced that. I don't know
You
where that
did
came from.
not. Oh my
Yeah,
God. Did you ever watch
yeah,
the
and then
documentary The Nightmare?
is that?
Oh, you froze up. Oh shit.
Oh, you froze.
There you go. Okay. All right.
Okay.
We're back. Yeah, it's honestly one of the most terrifying things that I have ever seen in my life. It is a documentary that talks to people about their sleep paralysis and some of the things that
Oh
they
yeah,
have experienced and heard. And I kind of wish that I didn't watch it, honestly, because it put shit in my head that I really wish I didn't have to have. But one of the most
yeah.
terrifying things is some of the people we're talking about was hearing these angry, scary voices that seemed very
Hmm.
violent, and they were
Yeah,
paralyzed and couldn't move. And this is something that you experienced on a remotely consistent basis.
yeah, yeah.
Shut
I
the
haven't
fuck up.
experienced anything like that in many years. It probably
Thank
stopped
God.
about maybe 10 years ago at this point. But as a kid, it like as a really little kid, I'm talking about like before 14, it happened fairly regularly. And sometimes they would say my name in like the horrible, creepy voice. Sometimes it was a woman like whispering. Sometimes it was like this growling, demonic kind of sound.
Oh
And
my
that really
God.
scared me because I knew it was like, I mean, if I was going crazy, I'm like, okay, I'm going crazy. But if it was really directed at me or trying to get my attention, like it got my fucking attention. It got my attention. Um, and I
Oh
never
my
knew what to do with that.
God.
And because I didn't trust my family to go to them and be like, this is what's happening, I didn't have anybody to talk to. And so, yeah, so then I got older and was watching shows like In Search of and the other one, Sightings, or The Unexplained, or those kind of things. And I felt like, well, there's people out there, but I'm still really young, and um, there's people out there trying to figure out this stuff that are having similar experiences. Um, so it wasn't until I was 18, because you had to be 18 to join any of these kind of groups. I started. Um, no, no, I'm lying. I was probably about 21 when I started joining the groups. But at 18, I started going out to local places here in the San Fernando Valley, um, that were like abandoned, or rumored to be abandoned, or places with like urban legends, and just going out there and really trying to focus on my own um, powers, I guess. I don't know, my own gifts, and see if I could tune
Yeah.
into like what the history was, what the vibes are. Um, yeah, yeah. And along the way, I had some really bizarre experiences that I just could not explain. Psychic experiences. The very first profound one, when I was about 5 years old, my mom had sent me to Mexico to go visit my family. And it was just me and my brother, that had gone on this trip, and we were there for 3 months. So without
Oh
parents,
wow.
visiting family. I knew of this particular aunt. That would be my great aunt. I had never met her though. But when I walked into her house, I looked at her and I was like, I've been here before. And she's like, no, no, you've never been here before. I was 5 years old. And I'm like, no, no, I have. I dreamt of this house. And that's when I realized like that my dreams
Ooh.
really are a method of travel for me to like gather information. Um,
Yeah.
I take my dream state very seriously, which good or bad, I don't know. Sometimes it conveys a lot of information, and other times I think it's just they're just weird dreams. But that was the first time that I was like okay, I'm getting information through my dreams because I've been here before and I can tell you where everything is in this house. Um,
Wow, that's
yeah,
interesting. It was in that much detail,
yeah,
too. That you're like, no, I have been here. Like, not, it
right,
looks kind of familiar. Like,
right.
I could tell you where the Bisquick is in the cabinet or whatever, you know? Like,
Right.
that's
Yeah, I
cool.
walked in and I was like, and the kitchen's over there, and that's where this is, and that's, and she's just like, she just looked at me, and it was I think probably uncomfortable for her, because she's this little 5-year-old stranger coming into her house saying those things.
Yeah.
But
Did you
as a
freak
kid,
her out, though? Was she
I,
like,
I
okay,
think
we
she was
have to
really receptive
talk?
to it. I don't remember the rest of that, but she was really receptive and very, very kind to me. She
Good.
was super
I'm
sweet.
happy to hear that.
Yeah. And I don't feel like she pressed me. I don't remember very much. I just remember that one moment where I was like, holy crap, I've been here. Um,
Wow.
so that was pretty cool. That was very
That
cool.
is really, really cool. Oh wow, I'm so glad that we actually started at the beginning here because we will get into paranormal investigations, but my goodness, this is really interesting that this has just always been a part of you
Yeah.
forever, and there's so many different layers to that. I've always been sensitive my entire life, and I've had my various amount of different spooky stuff that I didn't feel like I could talk to people about, so I totally feel you on that. But I feel like your stuff was so palpable, like you being so young and not being able to even have one good night's sleep, and to be
Right.
popping out of your body as a child consistently. So, what did that mean to you once you were old enough, I guess, to understand that you were actually out of yourself and able to control it on some level, controlling your astral body at that point? What did you do? How did you take control of that? What were your like destinations, or like tell me a little bit more about that?
I started doing dream work, and so I think the astral projection didn't really get like a hold of it until I was probably about 18 or so. The lucid dreaming, I got that down. Like that part is was easier for me. The astral projection, I was going through this period where there was a lot of like um, it's hard to say, like I guess like extraterrestrial influence in my life. So
Oh
I didn't
man.
really get a hang of that until, yeah, about 18 years old, and I just consequently met some people that were also into that. So we would have dates to meet at in some like mountaintop in China, and like what would you be wearing? Like a long uh, silk yellow scarf or whatever, and it was really cool. So we did that several
Wow.
times. Yeah.
And it worked.
Uh, it worked. It worked. Yeah, but it's like you really need to have someone that you trust and someone that's equally capable of doing things like that with you. And me and this person had a falling out a little bit some years later, and so that kind of, yeah, it stopped. But I think you really just need to find someone that you really are in tune with to be able to do that. Because there's a lot of people I've tried to do dream work with, and it kind of just falls flat. Either they're not into it, or or maybe you just don't vibe together or something. But
But it worked.
yeah,
So now like for sure that you
hmm,
were able to do this. So now that
yeah,
just opens the doors because now there's no question in your mind. So you know that you genuinely were able to travel and to go to some kind of common place and interact with somebody else. And that's so profound. That's so awesome that you got to do that and have that
yeah,
validation.
yeah. Because it's like, okay, explain that. How? How do you explain that? It's
So, what kind
it's
of test did you do to know for sure? What was it like? I'm gonna have something in my hand and it's a surprise, and then later come and tell me what was in my hand or something like that. Did you do any kind of those like tests?
yeah, kind of. So one of them, we met at a marketplace, and I was like, um, when we discussed it the next morning, um, the person I was working with was able to tell me like exactly what I was wearing, exactly like what happened, how we met, what kind of shop we were at, and I'm like, okay, this is real. This is like we're really doing this. It's bizarre. Yeah. Yeah.
That is
So,
so cool.
and I mean, and all of this kind of stuff like falls into the paranormal realm. It's like we're all connected to this other realm that we're like constantly tricked into thinking we're not. So that's pretty much how I got into it, you know. And then as I got older and I started reading more like the Celestine Prophecy and learning about meditation and
I was thinking
once,
about that book on my drive on my way home from work today.
yeah,
And I that's not something I think about very often. I don't even know why it popped in my head. So that's interesting that just came up.
yeah, and I mean, but which is totally like Celestine Prophecy, you know.
It sure
um,
is. Wow. I'll
yeah,
take
so
it.
things like that, and movies like Waking Life, which I didn't
Yes.
really understand lucid dreaming. Like I knew that I could do it. I didn't really understand. I had read about it, but I didn't know that's what I was doing. And it wasn't until I watched that movie, I think probably about 18 or so, where I was like, oh, this is a thing that people really try to do. I'm like, you can't just automatically
Yeah.
do it.
Some
So,
people can't, and some people don't realize that that's what they're doing. Actually, my dear friend Roxy here in the chat, she had a similar thing. Me and Tavia were talking on the podcast quite a few months ago about lucid dreaming, and Roxy was like, I mean, I've known I'm dreaming before, but I didn't realize that I could control it. And we're like, girl, yeah, like get it. Like you have the power to do it. And just this past week, she sent me a message. She had a very profound experience. And it was the first time that she was able to actually say, I am dreaming and actually control
right,
it. So it was really cool to be like, give her that confidence to be able to do it. But yeah, some people, they just don't realize that it's unique or different. And some people have to work their whole life to try to get a lucid dream. You know, like Krista was saying, same kind of thing. She's had to really try to astral project and to do lucid dreaming. It just comes naturally to some people. But
right,
that's cool that you were able to realize what it was, and just run with it and take that
right.
control. It's really cool.
Yeah. And so once I did, that's when I started, you know, because every now and again I would be lucid dreaming and then somehow I would fly. But it wasn't like I was actually in control of the flying. I just knew that I was in my dream flying. So once I started to understand what it was more when with my older teenager, almost adult brain, I really got the hang of flying. Not landing so much. That was very tricky for me.
Oops.
But the taking off was actually really cool. So
That's so cool.
yeah,
That's the first thing that I try to do most of the time when I do realize I'm lucid, which unfortunately is not as frequently as I would like. I can't do it on command; it just happens randomly, and a
right,
lot of times that's kind of my go-to to prove to myself like I know that I physically can't fly, so I'm going to fly right now, and then it will be confirmed that I am in fact in a dream, and it's fun. Also,
right,
it's
yeah,
really fun just being like,
yeah,
you know. So and everybody kind of has different things that they want to do. Eventually, I would love to be able to just like, I don't know, portal myself to Tokyo or something like that, But at this point, I don't have enough time in that state for me to
right,
be able to really be able to do that. And with astral as well, like a lot of times I don't even realize that that's what was happening until after I wake up. So a lot of my astral shit, I'm not as lucid during that. It's like I can
right,
feel it afterwards. I know that I traveled somewhere, but I can remember what happened. But it's like watching a movie. So it's a little bit frustrating for, I mean, especially for the folks that have really wanted to do this stuff and have tried really hard, like Krista was talking about, and poor Dusty, all he's wanted to do is astral travel. That's all he wants to do, and he's tried so hard and like has a really hard time getting to that vibrational state where he can actually pop out. And I just have it happen randomly to me, like I'm just dead asleep and I wake up and I'm like feeling myself coming out of my body. So we
right,
all have different natural abilities that we're born with, and I think it's probably possible for the majority of people to learn it. I don't want to say everybody. I'm not sure that every single person is in tune enough to be able to tap into that. But It's so cool that you came into this earth as a tiny person with a whole toolbox. You had a whole toolbox, and I just feel so sad that so much of it was frightening to you at the time. Like, why did it have to do that? Like, you were so lucky to be so in tune, but then you have these creepy voices growling at you saying your fucking name. Like,
And I think it's because
that
as a kid
sucks.
you're just really open, so it's hard to fine tune that gift. So you can allow certain things to come in. Usually, I mean, now as an adult, I'm very grounded, so much so that more often than not, I'm not bothered by these things. Where when I was a kid, I would walk into a room and like, the way that I felt it was kind of like, or the way that I described it was, if we, I don't know if you ever did this when you were a little kid, like taking a bath, and you had a cup, and then like an empty cup, and then you like dunk the cup in, and just all the water pours in, like
Yeah.
from the
Yes. Yes.
sides.
Yes. Uh huh.
That's how it felt. That's exactly how it felt as a kid. I had no control. I was just completely wide open. I had no control of what I was letting in, who I was letting in. That came later, and so now, I mean, I'm fine. But there's been a couple instances in my working with paranormal stuff that unfortunately I wasn't grounded, I wasn't protected, and I did let some stuff in that kind of was bothersome. But
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's how I got
Yeah.
into the paranormal stuff.
So I'm curious, since you had the dark stuff that was affecting you in sleep paralysis form, how did that affect your dreams? Did you feel like they were present in your dreams? Were you being harassed in your sleep? Did you have to protect yourself? Like, how was that crossover between you physically being awake, but your body's paralyzed, to how they affected your actual dream life?
I had a lot of, I guess, what other people would call nightmares growing up. A lot of night terrors. Um, yeah, that my dreams were pretty spooky. But when I saw, because of the lucid dreaming, and I was able to kind of get a hold of this at a younger age, when I saw The Matrix when it came out, like the way they move and the way they like dodge bullets and like use the walls to, that's what it's like in my dreams because I got so good at dodging these things. Um, and then eventually it became about not dodging it, but like staying to fight and like, I'm going to conquer this.
Fucking
Um,
warrior. I love it.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, I honestly, I don't think I've had like a nightmare in, yeah, 15 years or so because I don't, it just doesn't get to that point. Um, it hasn't really, like,
I
I've
am
had
so
some,
glad you have not had a nightmare in 15 years. That's
yeah,
huge. That's
yeah.
amazing that
Yeah,
you've
and I
been
mean,
able
there's
to
like,
overcome it.
yeah, and I mean, they're totally spooky dreams, and I have dreams of like, they're violent. Sometimes I'm a murderer, sometimes I'm a this, sometimes I'm like the victim of, oh, so a serial killer that I was really getting into some years ago. I had dreams where he was after me. They became lucid dreams. So I think under a normal definition that might be a nightmare, but because I'm able to lucid dream and like get myself out of that situation, I just don't see it as a nightmare. It was just a very intense dream.
Sure.
Um, so I think also my perspective, like how I view these experiences, has changed as well. I'm not scared by it. Something that I've said to a lot of people that have been like scared of the dark, because I grew up in, I mean, really not sleeping very much ever. What I learned was what's there in the night is there in the light. So all those creepy, spooky things are there in the daytime too. You're just distracted. The world is noisier,
Yes.
you're busy, but it's
Totally.
it's always there. So knowing that kind of gave me comfort at night. Like, oh, these things are always here. Definitely, I had like more capability of hearing it or being more in tune, but um, just knowing that it was always there was, in some odd way, comforting. It wasn't like it was just out to get me at night because yeah, I
Well, it
didn't feel
sucks
that
because
way.
you're more vulnerable when you're sleeping. I mean,
Yeah.
your body is laying there in a room and you're off doing something else, which is
Right.
frightening to me. That's frightening enough in itself. Just knowing that I've checked out and my body is just sitting there. And I have had some like creepy experiences in the dream world as well. And it really shook me to the point where I got this tattoo of this Egyptian scarab with the ankh on it. I got
Hmm.
that specifically to protect my body when I am not present in it, because I knew that I was popping out and I knew that things were coming in, and I had a great deal of fear around it for a long time, and I have
Right.
since worked through that. Thank goodness it took a really long time because it was really really scary shit, and I was really concerned about what is potentially happening to my body while I am out and about. And also, if I am, gallivanting the cosmos somewhere, I wanted to be able to find my way back. So I kind of made that also as a beacon for me to be able to find myself upon coming back. I mean, it's a cool looking tattoo, but the intention that went into it was very direct, because
Purposeful.
it
Yeah.
yeah, it's a really scary thing to be. I mean, every single day, a third of our entire life, you know on average, we're sleeping, we're checked out, we're
A
supposed to
long
be
time.
resting, we're supposed to
Hmm.
have our body be resting, and everything is like, like resetting for the day. And then some people like yourself and myself, we have to have epic fucking battles. We have to like fight shit. At least I had to. Let me put it in past tense because I don't want to call anything back. And for yourself as well, we had to fight and battle these things. And it makes for a very unrestful sleep. And it's
Right.
absolutely fucking terrifying. And the act of just going to sleep, for me, I mean, I've always been a extreme night owl, but it's gotten pushed farther and farther and farther because I wanted to just get so fucking tired that I would just pass out. So I would be as out as possible and hopefully not have to experience a lot of this stuff, but just going to sleep. It was not fun to just go to sleep when almost all
Right.
the experiences are me having to like chop people's fucking arms off and heads off and like dealing with like dump trucks of body parts scattered in the roads and like horrible, terrible things. It's like, that's not fun. Can I have a fun dream ever? Like, I would love to have like a nice, fancy dream. My friend Tavia, she goes to this fairy garden and she's like, this is the most magical place I've been so many times. It's actually a realm that exists. I go to this fucking fairy garden. I'm like, I want a fairy garden. So, that being said, do you have really positive dreams? Do you also go to some really like beautiful, magical kind of realms?
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes.
That's cool.
I've noticed that even in my kind of mundane type dreams, it's always nighttime. I don't dream in the day. It's always nighttime.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Huh.
yeah. And it, like in my dreams, I know that I'm in the land of nighttime. It's like I live in the city. What was the name of that movie? It was like from the late 2000s or something, where it was like always nighttime, kind of like comic book type movie. Anyway, that's kind of how it is. Is it like in my dream, I know that I'm living in the forever nighttime city, and it's the nighttime becomes kind
Interesting.
of a character in my dream. Yeah,
Wow.
it's kind of
That's
weird.
like just your comfortable, natural state of being
I
is in
guess
the night,
so.
right?
I think so. Yeah.
Are you a night owl?
I used to be. I used to be, but my life is kind of early morning, starts pretty early, so these last couple years, definitely not.
If you
But
didn't have these specific time frames to work with, would you be a creature of the night?
absolutely. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I figured
Yeah.
as much, but you never know. Maybe you're
Yeah.
like this day person and then like your night self, your sleeping self enjoys that night. But that makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense.
I definitely feel a
Okay.
lot more
Wow.
comforted at night.
I am so glad that we got to talk about this dream stuff because we've covered this topic so many different times with different people. And I absolutely love hearing everybody's experiences and tips and tools on, everybody's individual experiences and what they would recommend for others. So, do you have any kind of insight or tips that might help anybody that is trying to get into lucid dreaming, trying to get into astral, how to maneuver around these realms and such? Like, did you just have any dream insight?
I really do not, because it's, again, it's not something that I worked. It's not a tool that I worked to grow, or like, I mean, it's just so I sorry,
Sure.
somebody just wrote Dark City, and I think that's the one I'm thinking of, the movie
Oh,
Dark
yeah, yeah,
City.
yeah. Uh huh.
I think that's the one. Um, yeah, but I really don't, because I don't know how I do it myself. I just know that I can. It wasn't something that, like, I really had to work at or practice at. It's just, it kind of developed and it kept happening. So I was either going to be scared of it or try and be in control of it in some way. But all I can say is that, if something I did have to learn, though, is, again, how to land from flying. And for me, what works, because I used to just crash into things, uh, crash into a barn or something to stop myself.
Oh my
Um,
goodness.
so what really did work for me, though, is to roll. So, like, get into kind of a ball position and just start rolling, and that's how I
Interesting.
stop myself.
That's so funny. Oh my goodness. So, tell me, in your experience, what does the difference feel like between being in a lucid dream and being like having an astral traveling experience?
A lucid dream, you definitely know you're dreaming, so you are in your, like, you're like in a movie in your mind, and you know it. It's not just in your mind, though. That's kind of hard. That's probably not accurate. Um, Astral projection for me is more, I can literally feel myself exiting my body, and that, like, what happens as you exit your body, which is like this, like, vibrational kind of, almost earthquake, like soul earthquake type thing that happens. That's how I experience it. And then the coming back into it, which sometimes you're just, like, thrown into, like, back into reality. It's just like a bam. Whereas lucid dreaming, I think for me, I experience it much slower. I might be in some kind of ninja fight with someone or something, and it's in that moment that I'm like, oh wait, I'm dreaming. I can do this, and then I have some kind of weapon or do some kind of weird flip or whatever. Um,
In the astral realms,
yeah.
do you feel like you are mainly in places in which are yours, that is your energy and are your creations? Or do you feel like you are being brought into other people's or other beings' realms?
I
It's
never
a
really thought
toughie.
about that. Yeah, I never really thought about that. Um, it almost feels in the astral realm that I'm more in something that's already there, and I'm navigating through that, versus, well, I guess lucid dreaming too, but it's just such a different feeling. It's really kind of hard to, like, articulate what it is that
I know.
these
I
feelings
know.
and these, like, visions,
Because a lot of there's
but
not really a lot of language
no,
for
there's
it.
not.
It's really hard to explain, especially to somebody that's never experienced it before. It's really hard to explain that.
Right,
Like
how
I
do you
tried to
convey
explain
that?
to
Yeah.
my friend Justin, who I love so 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 dearly. He's very skeptical about things, and I was explaining, like, there's lucid dreams and then there's I'm traveling somewhere else. I am somewhere else that exists, and he's like, well, how do you know? And I'm like, I just fucking know. I can feel
Right.
it. I can feel that where I am right now is not a dream land that my mind came up with, and I just happened to be aware in that moment that I am dreaming and everything's kind of weird. Like, I could tell, I could feel that I am in some kind of place that actually exists.
It's
And
a
I don't know
place.
if it's a
Yeah.
place. It's a place. And some of these places that I've been to have been very, extremely detailed to where I'm
Right.
like, this is not from myself. I can absolutely tell you with almost certain confidence that these places are not a part of me. It is either a part of something else's projection. Maybe they created this kind of space, and for whatever reason, I'm being brought into it, or it is legitimately a place that exists somewhere interdimensionally, just like, an address somewhere. Like I don't know how many other people have come through these environments or not, or if it was just created from something else for me, or like there's so many
Right.
questions, so there's not a lot of language to be able to explain how that is without having experienced it. But I think I understand more because I have kind of had that same kind of innate feeling. I am somewhere else, and it probably didn't come from me. I probably did not make it. It kind of
Right.
makes me think of, remember that movie What Dreams May Come?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I love that movie so much. And at first Robin Williams is in his environment in which he created, which was made of all the paint. But at one point, his guide comes through, the little Asian lady comes through, and she's like, "Let me show you my land." And there's all these people flying around, and it's totally different than Robin Williams's land that he created for himself. But because she created it with her intention, it was so real to her, she was able to bring somebody else into her space. So I wonder if, when it comes down to it, it is mainly the power of our mind and our intention of what we create makes it real, and makes it real enough that we could actually bring other people into that space with us,
Right.
which might explain the dream meeting up that you have done as well, meeting up with somebody in your dreams, because that is an actual space that is being created, whether it be by you or the other person. But nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
It's a fucking
And even if you
mystery.
do, how do you prove that? Especially, how do you prove that to a skeptic? You know what I mean? Or someone's like, "That's not real." And you're like,
I know. I know. And my dear friend Justin, who I think you probably have met at some point back in the day, he brings that up too. And he's like, people would say the same thing about Jesus. They would say, I 100% know that I just like went and had this conversation with Jesus. He's like, but you don't believe in that. So what would you say to that person? Like, I see that the same. He'll say, like, I see somebody saying they met Jesus and somebody saying they just had this whole astral traveling experience. I put it in the same basket, and it's like, well, you got me there because I have nothing else that I can say. There's nothing that I can do to in any way prove it. But you
right,
know what? I feel like at this point, like, I don't need validation for it. I just
right,
accept it for what it is. And me being able to move past a lot of the super creepy dream aspects has been good, because I've been able to be a little bit more comfortable in that realm. And when I was having a lot of like half out of body experiences where I felt like I was being pulled out, there was so much fear surrounding it because I didn't trust whatever it was that was happening. And I didn't trust myself to be able to protect myself if I was out, because it was really scary. And I also couldn't trust that my body was going to be protected while I wasn't in it. So there was so much fear surrounding it.
right.
And now I feel like I have less fear and more protection, and cord cutting and all that stuff that I did, where I'm like, I feel like I can actually explore that more confidently than I ever was able to before. And do you feel like that as well, since you've kind of, you haven't had as much of the dark stuff? Do you feel that you are more like comfortable in your dream world in general?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
That's awesome.
And because I can actually sleep now, um, I also don't get into that headspace so often anymore, because I feel like the kind of sleep I get now is really making up for the first 20 years of my life that I really didn't get any sleep.
Oh man.
So
Well,
it's
that's
it's just
good.
yeah, yeah, it's a very deep sleep because that also really, I mean, having insomnia for 20 years, like your formative years, really caused a lot of other, there's a snowball effect. I had a lot of like emotional outbursts, was really depressed and very manic, and really I attribute that to not being able to sleep normally.
Absolutely. I mean, your brain can't function properly if it doesn't have enough like food, water, and sleep. Those are the
I
three
know.
things that we need. And when our brain is constantly trying to like catch up, like some things have to fall by the wayside with that. Like you can't
Yeah.
keep it all together. So that sucks that your formative years when your brain was forming, the most, you were having these struggles that you couldn't even really talk to people about too. So that's like adds another element. It's bad enough you were like struggling with this in a physical way, but also for you not to be able to really share that or to have anybody that maybe could understand that you could bounce this off of. That sounds like emotionally it probably took a toll on you as well.
It definitely did. And on occasion, there was some adults that I'd come across that just know, like they got the shine and you just know it and they know it about you. And that was cool, but it was never anything because it's weird for an adult to get so close to a kid, so it was never anything that evolved beyond a very quick conversation. But whenever I came across these people, they would just, say the typical thing like, "Oh, you're an old soul," that kind of thing, and I'm like, okay. But it was nice to have that validation and that recognition as a kid. As I got older, I'm like, I don't need that. I know there's other people like me and other people that have experiences, have shared, similar experiences, and it's not so mysterious and lonely anymore.
Yeah.
Um, but it definitely
It's
was as a
hard.
kid.
I I agree. And you know what? I wish that we had found each other when we were young because I think we could have probably leaned on each other quite a bit and at least had a really good dialogue because I've really attempted to have dialogue with people when I was younger about it and it didn't go over so well. There
Right.
was certain times where I've never been bullied or anything like that, but there was some times where some of my friends, they would like poke fun at me. They would actually make fun of me because of the things that I shared with them that I was experiencing, and it
Right.
sucked, and it made me shut that down where I was like, well, fuck that. Like, obviously these people do not understand, and if they're just going to poke fun at me because it's something they don't understand, then fuck that. I'm just not going to share that. So for me, when I started to get like into middle school and such, my way of addressing my connection to the other realms, because I didn't have any other outlets, I had no idea how to do that, nobody to talk to about it. My way of getting into that was by picking up a fucking Ouija board. So I was like, okay, well, I have already been communicating with some of these things and I accept it as, you know, legitimate. So
Right.
let's get some validation because I wasn't getting any validation from anywhere else in my life at that point. So I chose to pick up a fucking Ouija board to talk to the other realms. And so I would feel more legitimate in what it was I was experiencing, which in the end, that was not a wise choice. And it opened up a lot more shit than I wanted it to because I didn't know how to protect myself and I didn't understand what I was actually doing, which sucks. I wish there was more
Right.
resources for young people. Now with the internet, it'd be a lot easier for somebody to Google these things and have a community, have a bunch of
Right.
people to talk to about it. But at that time, I mean, we were living in pre-internet era, or you're just going to go to a library and look at a book that somebody wrote one time. It's only one person's perspective, unless it's some kind of like anthology thing. But like we just didn't have as many resources to feel like we had a community surrounding that.
Right.
So for you, knowing that you were kind of already so connected to it, did you take a similar approach? Did you start doing like divination type of things when you were in middle school and stuff to try to get that validation?
Yeah. I definitely was more interested in calling upon the dark side. Just
Ooh,
because
really?
yeah, just because I felt it more powerful. Um,
Ah,
so that was I was probably about 10. I'd say from like 10 to 14 or so, that was kind of my deal. Was like really just being in tune with it because I'm like, if this thing really wants my attention, I should probably just befriend these entities or this darkness. I should just befriend it and see
Yeah, rather than live in
where it
fear,
goes.
if you
Right.
go with confidence, I
Right.
completely understand that.
So
But
that was
that's
kind of my
dangerous
MO.
territory.
Totally, totally.
Oops.
Um, and then when I was about 15, 16, 17, I got really into scrying and I don't know what it's called, but doing the thing where you stare like right at your third eye in the mirror and you almost start to like hypnotize yourself and you kind of go into this trance and
Mm.
it's weird. It's really weird. So I would do that at night when I knew everyone was sleeping. Um, I did that a lot, and that was pretty interesting. But for the most part, it was yeah. I guess those were like the only divination tools that I used because that's all I really had. Again, and I learned about this from going to the library. Mirrormancy.
Mm,
uh,
mm-hmm.
um, yeah. And Ouija board, I've only used a couple times in my life, and one of them actually, I can get into this story, which is something I want to talk about. Something followed me home. The very first time, I always said I would never like use one. Um,
Oh man. And
yeah,
then you did.
and then I
Shit.
did, and this was my very first paranormal team, like my own team, that I had created with a couple friends. And should I tell the story? I don't know if I want to jump around, but should I tell that story?
Yeah. No,
Okay,
absolutely.
okay,
I'm gonna go pee real quick. I can still hear you. You just can't hear me.
okay.
So just please tell the story and I'll be right back.
Okay. So I had moved to San Diego about, oh gosh, I think I was about 20 years old or so. And around that time, I had found meetup.com. And I just typed in ghosts to see who else was out there, what was going on. And lo and behold, there was a ghost group meetup. And we met at a park, which later on I found out I didn't know at the time. It's kind of in one of San Diego's not like fanciest neighborhood, but it's a really nice neighborhood. It has over 400 bodies buried in it, under it. You'd never know that looking at this park because it just looks like a park. And they totally like destroyed the history. And I mean, there's like headstones at the back of the park, but that's not even um, where the bodies are. So anyway, that whole park situation was really interesting, and that kind of got my curiosity and juices flowing, and I met some people through this group. So eventually we became friends, and we started our own group. And through our own group, we started to branch out and meet other people. And we had gone to, oh gosh, I don't even remember the name of the place. A very popular place in San Diego. I don't even know if it still exists, where they had like a hookah lounge in, I think it was like in Mission, where SDSU is. Um, And so we met there, and this one girl that was like really insistent on meeting with us. She was super, super excited, and it was just like over the top. It was like, I don't know, I get that she was excited, but it was just kind of over the top energy. We meet her, and the whole night she's like, "You guys should come over to my house. You guys should come over to my house. We can use the Ouija board." And I was like, "I don't know how I feel about that." She brought it up a couple times. Because at the time I was like, I would never use one. I would never use one. Um, Finally, we decide, okay, let's go to her house. So we go, and a medium that actually she passed away since, but we were really close, and she was a part, one third owner of the group, and she didn't step inside. She didn't step foot inside the house the whole night. And I didn't notice it at the time. So she met the husband. The husband was waiting for us, and they were living in Golden Hill in this like creepy kind of Victorian house. You know how the houses are all like weird. So they were living in one of those weird houses, and it was really cool. The husband met us outside and was like, "Hello, hello," in this like weird way, and yeah, so the medium never stepped foot inside the house, and like I said, I didn't think about that until later. So it was me, one of the other owners, the wife, and like two other people from the group. And she's offering us tea and doing that whole thing, and we're like hanging out. And then she gets out the Ouija board, and I'm like, oh shit! So we're really gonna do this, okay? So we start using it, but it's like not very effective because the answers were coming to us individually. So,
Huh.
yeah, it was kind of weird, and I thought, well, this I don't know if this really works, and as we're
How so?
moving,
Individually, like in your mind, you mean?
yeah,
Or
yeah, yeah, and then we'd say
oh,
it, and then we'd say the answer, and someone else that asked the question would be like, oh yeah, that's right, something like that. So we're moving it along, and this is the first time I ever done it. I ever did it, so I wasn't sure exactly about the planchette. Like, is somebody moving it? Is this really happening? I didn't really understand that. In my head, I thought, no, this is hokey. It's not. So one of us is moving it. Um, Whatever. It was just a weird, weird evening, and we're there until like 3 in the morning. Finally, I'm like, I think it's time to go. I didn't think very much of it. So we say goodbye, and I remember as we're leaving the house, the husband's outside, and then the medium's outside. And then that's when it occurred to me. I'm like, have they been out here this whole time? We were there probably for at least an hour or two. Probably, yeah, maybe more, like 2 or 3 hours, actually. And we said our goodbyes. And as I was stepping off the property, I started to get the heebie-jeebies like hardcore. And I'm just like, what is happening? It was
oh,
nighttime. I was living in University Heights or somewhere. So it wasn't far, but it was like, 20-minute drive. So I thought, okay, let me get my car ready. Let me just get in my car and go. And I started to feel the sense of urgency of like walk to my car really fast. I got to my car, and this was the first time I had ever done it, but I like looked in the back seat to make sure nobody was there. And I thought,
oh,
that's weird. Why am I even thinking like that? Like, "Well, I'm just tired. I'm just tired." But I kept looking in my rear view to see if I just expected to see something. And I'm
you
not
were
sure
not
what I,
alone. You felt like you were not alone.
yeah, definitely felt like I was not alone. And I'm still naive, didn't really consider anything. I just kept feeling like something is here, and I just got to get home fast. So I drove home as fast as I could. And I remember getting out of the car really fast as well, and like walking from the car to my house at the time, really fast. And when I got to the door, it's like I opened it as fast as I could, and then I like closed it behind me, kind of like something was chasing me. It was really weird. I
Oof,
didn't see anything. I just felt like I was scared. I just felt scared. Um, I
that
was living,
sucks.
yeah, and so I thought, okay, I just got to go to sleep. It's late. I've had a long night. I drank a lot of coffee. Like I'm gonna go to sleep. So I go to sleep. That's whatever. The next night, I was living with an ex-boyfriend at the time, and this guy is a total skeptic. But two things happened. He saw something. He got up. I think it was the next night to like pee or something to get some water, and he came back all like, "Oh, I saw something." I'm like, when he like, I thought a raccoon or something, because he's a total skeptic,
Sure.
you know. And he said it was like a ball. It was nighttime and all the lights were off, but he said it was like a ball of darkness, like
Ooh.
kind of in front of him. And I thought, I've
Uh
seen that
oh.
before. That's weird. Um, yeah, so that happened, and I took that into consideration. I'm like, for him to even say that was, kind of out of the norm. So I'm like, all right. And then the following night or a couple nights after, something else happened. We had a floodlight. Like our bedroom was towards the front of the house, and so where we parked, the driveway and like the front lawn was like right by the bedroom. And there was these big shrubs in front of the bedroom window, but there was a floodlight like over the shrubs. So, oh, it's creepy. I can like see it in my head. It's creepy. So one night, and I don't know what woke us up. I really forget how we woke up or whatever. And again, it was like a night or two after this Ouija board situation. Um, Something woke us up. He like sprung out of bed and he was like, "There's someone outside." I was like, "Holy fuck!" What? And the light, the floodlight, went, the motion sensor light went on, and I went to the window and like what we both kind of described. And again, we were probably smoking weed and had fallen asleep or whatever the case was. We both kind of were like, oh, maybe we're just dreaming. But we saw this like the Wheelers, from Return to
Oh,
Oz.
yeah.
Ah,
Interesting.
this like guy on the floor, but like skinny and long and like kind of crawling like a panther, but like black, like completely like a black figure, like a shadow.
With
And it
no
was
like
like,
facial features or anything at
no,
all.
and it just happened like so fast. I was like, that I just saw something really gross and creepy. And he said it. We didn't really talk about it so much that night, but we talked about it the next day. Um, I don't know if the Wheelers. If you guys don't know what the Wheelers are, look up Return to Oz with Feruza Bulk and look up the Wheelers.
That's funny. Dusty said they were just talking about the Wheelers at work. Weird.
For whatever reason, those things have like stuck with me. They're creepy. But it was something like that. Like the motion was, it was human, but not moving in a human way. It's like humanoid. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So that happened. At this point, fast forward a few days, maybe like the next, we went to that person's house on a Friday night. I remember that. So by the time I talked to my friend, the medium, it was probably already like Tuesday or Wednesday of the next week. And we were talking at work. We were on Yahoo Chat Messenger, and she's like, "How are you doing? What's going on? How are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm fine." But she kept like prying, like, "Tell me how you're doing. How's everything? Are you okay? How's your house? How are things?" And I'm like, "What's going on? Like, what the hell?" She starts to tell me intimate details about like certain things I've done in my life. And I'm like, "Why are you telling me this?" She goes, "That girl," she's like, "we need to stay away from her and her husband because her husband is a Satanist and was really like interested in you and gave me all of this information about you, including that I used to
Whoa.
like do darker things when I was younger." And like I had never said that to anyone before. So she's telling
Oh
me all these,
no.
yeah, she's telling me like certain things in detail. And I'm like, "Wait, what the fuck?" She goes, "You cannot see these people again. Like, I'm just telling you as a friend, you can't see them anymore. You have to protect yourself. Like, I'll go over, I'll help you out. Like, we'll cleanse your house." She's like, "What, has anything happened?" And I told her the whole story. I'm like, "Something like followed me." That's when I realized, I'm like, then something followed me, and it came from this guy's house. Yeah, so that
Oh
was
no.
that was my very first bringing something home that I noticed, from it wasn't really an investigation, that, but it was with these people.
Yeah.
Um,
So that being said, though, when you were doing the Ouija board with these people, do you remember who it said it was that was coming through at any of the interactions? Was that
I don't.
profound in any way? Like,
I
did it
don't
seem
remember
weird?
at all. No,
Huh.
because I think at that time I
Interesting.
wasn't taking the Ouija board so seriously. It was just kind of like, is this really happening?
There's always
I
that
was
little bit of distrust because you don't know if someone else is moving it. Like, even if it seems pretty legit, unless it's
right,
moving on its own and no one's touching
right,
it, there's always that little bit of distrust. So I could understand that. So,
and that
but
was
it
the
wasn't
first
like
time I ever
anything
did it.
specifically spooky came out
Right.
and was like, you're all
Mm-mm.
gonna die, and you're like, fuck this, and then it followed
No,
you. It was nothing like that.
nothing
Okay.
like that. It was just like pretty easy standard questions. Some things that were kind of sort of personal, so we could see if it was real or not. Like I said, and often the answers were coming. Uh, to one of us, and there was this one girl that like she really wanted to be psychic or something. Um, she's so annoying. I mean, bless her heart, but she's so annoying. And was just completely convinced that she had all the answers to everything. And um, yeah, so we ended up asking her if she had any kind of weird situation that night. She did not. No one else did actually, except the medium, which is really strange because she said, "Didn't you notice I didn't even step foot inside the house?" And I'm like, "Well, now that you mention it, yeah." She goes, "Yeah, I stayed." She's like, "I didn't even touch their doorstep," and she
I wonder
stayed
what
like.
their intentions were.
I think they were
Like,
trying to recruit like a second witch wife or something. Is the impression I got. Based, she didn't tell me like super detailed what his intentions were, but she said you need to stay away because he is like
targeting. You were
after
being
you. He's
targeted. And
yeah,
he
for sure.
knew all this shit about you. So that
Yeah,
says, that speaks to his power that he was able to take one look at you and be able to read you enough and
yeah,
effectively
yeah,
to be able to kind of nail some of that shit down. Okay. So the fact that you had like intermingled with the darkness for a little bit, that seemed like maybe that was prominent to him, and he's like, "Oh, she's
right,
on the team," and you're like, I'm not on that team. I don't want to be on that team."
right, yeah,
Ooh, that is really a spooky situation.
yeah. It was weird, and the
Fuck.
fact that yeah, the boyfriend was like some like the fact that he was creeped out for me was definitely like, all right, some shit's happening because this dude just he never wanted to hear anything. Like anytime I would come back from some investigation or anytime I would come back from a meeting or anything, he was just like, ah, this is dumb. I don't want to hear it. So, and I was like, that's fine. I mean, a lot of people are like that for whether they're scared or whether they just don't believe it or whatever.
Yeah, that's fair.
Um, so I'm like, I respect that. But yeah, those two situations. Oh, what was that?
Zelda.
Oh,
Zelda's like, "Hi, can I hang out with you?" She's just gonna meow until I pick her up. Probably. We'll try to ignore her for now.
oh, I hear her
Shh.
now.
You be quiet. Be very quiet. We're doing a show. So, okay, so what did you do when you realized something had followed you? It was obviously dark. Did you do any kind of protection rituals or anything specific for you to be able to like hold your space or to kick it out? Like what did you do?
Yeah, so my medium friend came over, and she actually, well, no, she took me to a place. Gosh, I can't remember the names of these places anymore. There was a place on Adams Avenue in San Diego that was like a witchy store, and she took me there. She introduced me to that place, and we talked to the owner and gave me like stuff to protect myself and a little ritual to do in my home. And so she came over and did it with me. And then she smudged me and did like a prayer over me. And I mean, it pretty much, that was it. It was just those 2 days of creepiness. And then it was totally gone.
Oh,
Um,
good. I'm so glad that you were able to
yeah,
like that left that quickly.
yeah, yeah. And I think it was because
You lucked out.
she eventually talked to me, or maybe like 2 or 3 days. Yeah, because it was like 2 or 3 days later she talked to me, and she's like, "I'm letting you know," and that just kind of like broke the spell. I was like, okay. And
Good.
then the interesting thing is that girl never came back to a meeting. No one told her to go away because we're like, we need to see what her intention is. So, well, the invitations were for everybody on Meetup that was within that group. And she never came back. And eventually she just like exited.
Wow.
So,
Okay. Good. Thank goodness.
yeah.
Wow, I'm so glad that that didn't stick with you for a long time. With my Ouija board shit, I had stuff stick with me and follow me to different states. And it took me a
Oh my gosh.
really long time. And it wasn't dark like that. It wasn't that, like, it wasn't really out to get me, but it was definitely very prominent and was incessant about letting me know that it was there. So that was
Right.
kind of irritating because I had a really hard time being by myself for a long long time into my 20s, into my like probably mid 20s. I was not comfortable by myself. I know there's times you have to be by yourself, but I always felt like I was looking over my shoulder. I always felt like I was on edge. I would have to have TV, music, something happening for me to be able to kind of distract from that. But if it was just me sitting in a quiet room, it was not good, which is actually around that time is when I stopped reading books as much. I used to love reading when I was younger. Loved it. I read a whole bunch and then it got to the point where it was too fucking quiet. And
Right.
if I was just sitting in a room by myself reading a book, it was really hard for me to stay focused on it because I kept feeling like something was there, and if I had music going on it would distract me from what it was that I was reading and such. So I didn't really think about that in too much detail until we're talking about it right now, but I think that's when my reading days kind of stopped. So it was a long time of me feeling like something was always there. And like I said, because it wasn't dark or out to get me, was a more comforting feeling. But
Right.
stop fucking with me. Stop moving shit around when I'm alone, knowing that I'm alone and knowing that it's going to spook me out, like something just wanted this like validation and wanted me to acknowledge it. And I'm like, I
Right.
fucking acknowledge you. I fucking acknowledge you. Like, yes, okay, acknowledge. Can we please just knock it off right now? And it took a really long time. I thought moving was going to help. I really thought that going from Florida to Georgia was going to leave some of that behind, and it didn't. And I know it was the same thing because the same random thing moved in Florida and the same thing happened in Georgia, and it was like a random thing. So it was trying to let me know, like,
Right. Like it's
I am
me.
the same thing. It's
Yeah.
me. So
Yeah.
I'm very glad that you were able to shake that fast, especially because it was like sinister feeling in nature. Like,
Now
that's
that we're
good.
talking about it, I'm thinking like it almost like in retrospect, it almost feels like it was probably that guy like watching. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yes,
And
sure.
I never really thought about that until just now, but it kind of had that feeling. And so like when I just wasn't as involved anymore, it just kind of like dissipated. It was like, okay, well, because I shut that and I was like, I did a lot of, meditating and grounding and
Whoa.
claiming my space. And it was just done. It was just done. And there's
When
another
yeah,
situation.
if it was him, then he realized that you were not open to it anymore. So he's like, this isn't the one, and dipped it. Wow, that's a
Right.
crazy thing, actually. That to think that it was his essence or his astral body or whatever part of him that was actually with you, as opposed to some alternative, like darker
Right.
spirit or something.
Right.
Wow, fuck, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
That's horrible. That's so horrible. Jeez.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
weird. Oh, and then fast forward years later, though, I was part of another group, and the girl, another group of, I don't even think oh, yeah, it wasn't Ghost or anything. It was a mediumship group in San Diego. Years later, maybe like 6, 7 years later, um, and I saw her picture came up. Just when you scroll, like I don't know if you've ever been on Meetup, but you can scroll like the members. And I thought that girl looks. No, that's what it is. I remember now. I was working at Sushi Deli for like a brief.
Mmm.
I
Fucking
know,
best.
a super brief moment in time, and I was the host. That's how it was. I saw her, but I like felt her aura first because I was coming out of the back, and I just felt this like aura of familiarity, and it was her and her husband. Wow, I haven't thought about this in a long time. It was her and her husband, and I felt like between she and I, there was some kind of like slight recognition, but it took me a bit to figure out who she was. It wasn't until they were almost leaving, and I like gave them water and I left because I'm just like, where do I know you from? Very weird.
Hmm.
If they did recognize me, they didn't make it known, which I'm like, good. Thank goodness they didn't. But
Yeah.
that was bizarre. That was really bizarre. Yeah, because it made
Whoa.
me kind of creeped out. I'm like, really? And I only worked there for like a month and a half, so I'm like, of all the times to bump into these people,
Right.
yeah,
Right. Oh.
yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so did anybody else in that group that was there with you have any kind of spooky experiences after the Ouija board time? Because there was a
No, it
few
was
of you
just me.
there. It was
It was
just
just
you.
me. It
Fuck.
was just me. Yeah,
You were targeted, man.
yeah. That's really how I felt. Yeah, that's how I felt.
Gosh. Oh
Yeah,
man, I that makes you really wonder because a lot of the dark stuff that you had happen when you were little, like you were obviously very tuned into that. So it
right.
sounds like he was also very tuned in and saw that you were tuned in, but it wasn't what it doesn't sound like that's what you wanted to
Right, that's
focus
not what I was
on.
pursuing. Right, whereas he like
Right.
made it his mission, it seemed.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Um,
interesting that for a time there, you did open up to that because it's like know your enemy type of thing and
right.
present yourself with strength instead of fear. So I get that. But that's interesting that you were able to switch gears and bow out of that dark side without having any kind of like repercussions from that because a
And I
lot of
don't know
times
that
it
there weren't
seems
any, because there were,
I guess that's true.
yeah, because I mean, there were a lot of times that I really got freaked out and spooked out. Like another thing that was totally, I'll tell another spooky story. This was way before in my investigative days. So like before I got in any kind of group, I must have been about fifth, probably about 16 or 17. Um,
I'm listening. I'm picking up the cat. She's
yeah.
just not going to stop. Okay, so I'm totally listening.
Yeah, so I was probably about 16 or 17. My mom and I had, for whatever reason, we had like a bunch of laundry to do. So instead of like doing it where we lived, oh,
She's so old she can't get herself up on the couch anymore.
how
So
old
I
is she
have
now?
to get her. She is 17 years old.
Oh, oh my
She is
goodness.
17.
Well, I mean, Jedi's 14.
He's older than that now, I think, right? Well, no, I
Yeah,
guess, yeah.
14. Yeah,
Yeah, I guess
14.
14.
Yeah.
Delia has Jedi's brother,
Yeah,
Oso,
I'm surprised
who's
he's
going to
sleeping
be
in a little
15.
box over there. I'm surprised he hasn't come over here and meowed. Oh, how
Maybe he
cute.
will. If he hears
Yeah.
Zelda talking, he'll probably pop up.
How
But anyway,
cute.
I know
Um,
she's so cute. My little black cat with her little granny bow.
that's so cute. Oh my God.
We got her the most old lady looking bow of all time because she's earned it.
That's so cute.
But anyway.
So, what was I saying? Okay, so yeah, my mom and I had done laundry. We had a bunch of laundry to do. Like, they, yeah, I was hanging up laundry in the doorways because I don't dry a lot of my clothes. I just like let it hang dry, and putting it on hangers, like hanging it over the, yeah, the doorway, the little ledge. And I'm doing that in my mom's closet and like putting it in her closet in her bathroom, just like hanging up all my clothes so it could dry. And the interesting thing is when I walked into we both smelled it. We walked into my mom's room and it smelled like sewage. It smelled like
Hmm.
like shitty water. It smelled like a pipe had bust. It was so vile. And I'm like, "Did you fart? What is that?" She's like, "No." Like we came into the room at the same time. She's like, "I don't know what it is." And it felt like it was kind of concentrated, like not directly outside of her bathroom, but like outside and a little to the right. It was like in this area. I'm like, what is that? That's so weird. We opened up the windows. I'm like, I don't know what it is. Like, is it a dead
Hmm.
rat in here? We kind of looked around, didn't see anything, and then it just kind of went away. I thought, whatever. I don't know what it was. Started hanging up my clothes, and my mom had left the room for whatever reason. She was just not there. And I'm hanging up the clothes in her closet, like on both sides of the doorway, and I got this feeling, like kind of a creeped out feeling, and I looked up, and through the entrance of her bedroom and doorway, I saw again one of those kind of all black, solid shadow people,
Ooh.
um, in the shape and the size of my mom, walk past the doorway. But oh my god, it's so creepy to even think about it. But she walked in this kind of like, um, like fast forward slow motion thing. It's like I used to feel this a lot when I was little. I don't know how else to explain it. Um, and I'm using all these like obscure movie references. Did you ever watch Running Scared?
Mm-mm.
No? Okay, god damn it.
I haven't
There's
seen
this
that one.
one scene, like it's not a scary movie, but there's this one scene that's probably about like 4 seconds long, and it's so creepy. It just like stayed with me. I'll have to send you a screenshot. It's like these really quickly some background on that. It's these like perverted sick couple that like steal children, and they have this like um, molestation kill room for these children.
Ugh.
And yeah, oh, Dusty's saying that you watched it. Well, there's this one scene that's just, it's just, the scene is there to illustrate that these people are like evil. And the little boy that they held captive, like looks out the door and there's like a glass window and they're looking like, oh, they're like creepy, gross things, but like they're like kind of moving weird. Anyway, that's kind of what it was like. So it was, but in the shape of my mom's small, same shape and size, and walking past as if she was going towards my brother's room. But the way it moved was like an imposter, like someone that just looks the part, but you know is like not them. You know, like there's something going
Ooh,
on. So I
that's
just said
spooky feeling.
it was really weird, and I just said, "Mom," in this like freaked out kind of voice, and my mom yelled back, and she's like, "What?" But when she yelled, I realized her voice wasn't coming from my brother's room. Her voice was coming from the kitchen, which was way down the other side of the house.
Oh
And
no.
I like dropped everything, ran out and like looked around the hallway, ran towards her. I'm like, "Were you just in my brother's room?" She goes, "How?" She got really annoyed. She's like, "How the fuck did I be in your brother's room?" I'm like, "I'm here. I'm doing the dishes. I got things to do. Blah blah blah." And it was already kind of late at night, and we were like doing all these things. And I was just like, I just saw you. I just saw you. She's like, "Well, I don't know what you saw." And again, I'm thinking that she was kind of responding in that way because she didn't want to think about it to scare herself. Like now that I'm
Yeah,
older, where she's
sure.
just like, I don't know what you saw. I'm doing this, instead of like actually thinking about what I said. But
Mm-hmm.
that moment really stuck with me because it was that kind of trickery. It's like if these things can manifest, whatever it was, if these things can manifest to like impersonate someone that you know, to to trick you or to just fuck with you in some way, like what is that about? And then coupled with that
Huh.
like horrific stench that happened before, it was so creepy. Um, yeah, that
I
was
think that it is possible that something could take on whatever form. I mean, if something is pure energy and thought and manifesting as it wishes, like people die, and sometimes people see their grandmas not as an old lady; they see them as in their wedding dress or something, like a moment that was important to them. Like I think that we kind of are projecting what it is that we want, and if something is powerful enough, I could see them being able to project something for manipulative
right,
purposes, and that's very uncomfortable. But the
very
vibe would be
uncomfortable.
different because visually, sure, you might be seeing that person, but that smell or that feeling that you would have, you could tell that it wasn't once you stepped out of it in the moment.
Right, right. And I don't know if it was like trying to get me to go into my brother's room that was just totally dark. Because I never went into his room, It's like, that's my brother's room. I have no business going in there. I don't know. I don't know what would have happened if I followed it. Would I continue seeing it? It just was so creepy. But I saw
Hmm.
someone ask about a medium in the chat. I saw someone ask about a medium using an ovilus and or a psychic using an ovilus. And so I've worked on many teams where we actually use an ovilus and we had mediums and psychics and sensitives working with us.
Can you explain what an ovilus is for anybody that might not know?
Yes, an ovilus is a paranormal device that it has a dictionary of words in it, and like someone else had mentioned, it is kind of like a electronic Ouija board. Um, so you can ask it a question, or you can put it in a room, and then along with your recording device, and you can say, if there's anyone here that would like to communicate, come forward. What's your name? And then it goes through its dictionary of words and says things. But the interesting thing is when like these devices have a set number of words, and I forget if it's like 300 or 500 or 700 or whatever the case is. Um, but it's interesting when you ask it a question and it gives you an answer out of all of those hundreds of words, and you say, "What's your name?" and it says Mary. You know what I mean? It could have said like pizza.
Yeah.
It could have said something else.
I've done that before, and there was one specific time that was very spooky. It was very spooky, and like you said, out of all the words that it could possibly be saying right now, like this is not what we want to be hearing at
Right.
all right now. It's spooky. It's opening
Yeah.
up to shit, and
Yeah.
maybe it's just random, like random hoaxy kind of shit. But I don't know. In some circumstances, what are the odds of some of these words coming together like that?
Right.
It's freaky. Okay.
Right, and
So,
I have quite a few recordings from like private residences because that was my area of expertise whenever I worked with the last three groups I was in was residential case manager. So we primarily worked. The last one was historical and residential. So we did like historical sites and businesses, and then residential. Um, and oh gosh, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, yeah. So we worked with a lot of mediums, psychics, and sensitives using these devices. And I do think it is kind of opening up, especially something like uh, what is it called? The Shack Hack, if you're familiar with that, the Radio Shack Hack, the Ghost Box. It's like a
oh, I know about the ghost box. I never called it, heard it called the shack hack. That's funny.
So, so back in the day, you were able to get when Radio Shack existed. I don't even know if they still have those. But you were able to go to Radio Shack and get this specific, like AM FM dial radio that you could hack essentially and take out the little like tuning thing or like mess with it in some way, and then it would just scroll. It would scroll the entire band, um, and you could hear. The idea is that using radio frequencies, um, you could get some voices to come through. So I think it stays on, if I remember correctly, it's been a while. I have one somewhere. It's been a while since I used it, but you can get. I think it's about half a second on each radio station. So it's not very long. So when you hear it, it's like, and like certain voices come out, like if it's things that are familiar, like familiar jingles, familiar radio commercials, you might be able to recognize them just with that little clip. Yeah, the spirit box. That's it. Thank you. Yes, the spirit box. Um, so the idea is if you ask a question and you get a complete answer, like the probability of getting a complete answer from something that's scrolling through the band so fast and having all these voices come out, like it is slim to none almost. But there were several times where we got straight up responses. And
Wow.
yeah, so it's like explain that. Like that in itself, like there is no explanation. It is paranormal. Like I'm not saying that it's a ghost. I'm not saying it's a demon. I'm saying it is paranormal. There is no
Yes.
explanation for it. We don't know how it happened. It just did. And when those responses coincide with the history of a place that we don't yet know until we're doing the evidence recall and then the historical investigation on it, like explain that shit. You just can't. It's pretty bizarre, and it's a
Wow.
bizarre feeling because you're like, I was in the presence of something that is just unexplainable.
I like the fact that you guys would do the research after the fact as to not have your knowledge of it manipulate it, even if it was subconsciously manipulating it. That's really
Right,
a cool method of doing that.
right. And then sometimes there was, depending on how big the case was or how many people we had on the case, on each individual case, there was a historical manager. So they would be the only people that knew what we were getting into, just for like safety
Okay.
purposes.
Sure.
But they were not allowed to say anything. And it wasn't until we brought back the evidence that they were like, okay, so this particular sound clip sounds like the shack hack said, um, I am Elizabeth or whatever. And then be like, okay, so when we would review the evidence and everybody, like the people that did the video, or the people that did the audio or the pictures, whatever, everybody would come together for an evidence review. Then the historical site manager would say, so there was a little girl that died on the property, and her name was Elizabeth, whatever, blah 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 blah. So that kind of shit was just like, yeah, it was weird.
Yeah.
It was weird.
That really freaks me out, honestly. Like imagining like going through the frequencies and hearing it with the noise canceling headphones and all that. I was with a friend of mine, Stephanie, and she's like, "Do you want to do it?" And I'm like, "I will be on this end. You have to be the listener." And I got to tell you, man, it really freaked me out because the
Yeah,
shit that I was asking, there was so much coming through as responses that was directly correlated to what things I was asking. It was spooky. And then at
yeah.
one point, she said that there was like growling kind of sounding voices. And I was like, oh my God, like, no, thank you.
Hmm.
Like, I would have ripped the headphones off in 2 fucking seconds if I would have heard that. Big fat fucking nope. But some people are a little bit got more balls, I guess, to sit there and actually just follow it through rather than get spooked and go. But I don't know. So have you been on both ends of it? Have you been the
Yeah,
question asker and you've had it on?
yeah, definitely. And often we would not listen to it until after we left. So we would do a whole question series, and then a start and end. Obviously, you always ask for permission. You're always there with respect. Um, and luckily, all the groups that I was in and was part owner of, um, respect and helping was always the most important thing. Obviously, our curiosity and the fact that we, you know, are nerds and like are into this was always secondary, but it was always about trying not to disrupt the home or the place of business or the site, so that there's more activity after we left. We didn't want to
Okay.
bother anyone. So it was always with respect. There was never any kind of taunting. There was never any kind of like, if you don't answer us now, like those ghost hunter or whatever they're called, ghost adventure people.
Oh my God.
Um,
Horrid.
yeah,
Horrid
yeah,
excuses for actual investigators, like faking
yeah,
a bunch of shit first off, and then
right,
trying to be provoking because it's cool for a television show. Like
right.
I don't know. I heard that one guy, Zach Baggins. I heard he kind of came around. Something spooked him. I don't remember the exact story, but something spooked him really bad, and he apologized for being an
Oh,
asshole. And it was like they deserve more respect, and I'm gonna stop provoking or something. So
good,
that is
good.
good because knock it off. Like just to get ratings, you're in there like acting like a bro. Like you can't do. I guess you can do that, but then what do you expect to happen? I don't want to go and poke the bear
Right.
personally. Which as far as doing my investigations, which did not have all the equipment and everything, but I would go like take photos places and try to like zone into stuff. And you just got to be really careful with that. And I found just me going into it was provoking in nature in some way because I'm like, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Show yourself. I'm taking like 800 pictures. So you just like pop up. And there's one specific time I was in Jerome, Arizona, and I love that town so fucking much. And that town is alive. It has a fucking soul. And I was just doing my thing, taking a bunch of pictures at night, and everything was totally fine. And I got this intense feeling that something just kind of like got up in my face and was like, enough, enough. Like it wasn't mad, it wasn't evil, it wasn't trying to hurt me. It was like, knock it off. Like all you were doing is sitting here taking all these fucking photos, trying to catch something and trying to have this like validation and like stop it. Just exist in the moment. Stop trying to prove something. or whatever. But I got the memo and I was like, "Ooh, I am very sorry. I'm sorry if you took that as a disrespect. I didn't mean it in a disrespectful way at all. I'm just curious, I'm just curious. I'm just here out of curiosity. I apologize. I will put the camera down. Thank you for communicating with me peacefully and telling me your boundaries. So when it comes to going into places like this, how do you personally like find that fine line of being able to go in and do a full investigation, which in a way is kind of provoking and invading something's personal space at that time? But how do you make sure that you do that in a respectful manner and protecting yourself at the same time?
Yeah, so that's an interesting topic because that's
Ooh, you're
how I
breaking
started.
up really bad. Shit. Hold on. Go real quick. Let me see if you're back.
Oh,
Okay, I can hear you now. You just sounded
oh,
like
okay.
a robot. You were doing the robot, and I was like, "Oh shit."
Oh, weird. Okay.
Okay.
Um, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, you're back.
okay. So, yeah, definitely something. I mean, my life just started to get a lot more busy, and after about 13, 14 years of doing this, I needed a break. Um, but I started to feel the same way. Like I'm really just in these, first of all, in people's private homes. Secondly, these entities, maybe they just don't want to, maybe they just want to coexist as peacefully as they know how. And I didn't, it's not that I wasn't helping people because I definitely was, and that was the main goal for me is to help people as much as possible to either understand or to learn how to live with it. Um, and if it was a really big thing, we worked with some people that did spirit releases that would go into the homes and really try to guide these spirits to the light and move on. But I started to get that feeling as well as like me just being there um, is is kind of just uh, what's the word I'm looking for, like meddling, you know. I just
Mm-hmm.
and there was one experience where really, and it was a bit of a mild possession, which I'll get into in a little bit. It really kind of like, yeah, I needed to take a step back after that for sure. Um, but so
Shit.
what we would do is, first of all, before going into the home, you never want to, no drinking, no smoking, no perfumes, nothing like overly smelly. Um, Clean clothes, so you know you make sure that like you have no other smells on you. Um, and then everyone does their own personal grounding ritual, and then we would do uh, a prayer or a group wish of how we would hope to protect ourselves. And some people were religious, so they would pray to God or Jesus, and that's fine, or angels or whatever. And some people would use, you know, smudging tools or certain, um, yeah, herbs or oils to help, or stones to help them feel protected. And then we would go inside once before we started anything. We always ask for permission. We always introduce ourselves and ask for permission to help the homeowners um, understand why they were there. And so that's kind of how we prepared for it, and how we like attacked the situation was really trying to be as friendly and peaceful as possible. I just saw the chat. He's praising
That's some
himself as
funny
the
shit going on
cardinal.
there. Yeah. Good old Joe.
Yeah, so
It's funny.
you know, always asking for permission and being respectful, and like you come in peace, and we just want to talk. We're just curious about you. Um, and then making sure to close it down as well and thank them. Thank you. We're leaving. You know, have a good night. Whatever. We hope we weren't disturbing to you. That kind of thing. And then we would do a closing
Good.
circle with the group as well.
Sounds like
So
very respectful
yeah,
way to communicate.
yeah. And
That's
the
good.
last group I was in was very professional. We had insurance, private insurance. We had to, the homeowners needed to sign like a huge thing. Since I was a residential case manager, I would go in there with a series of 81 questions before my team even went to the house to make sure that these people weren't like total freaks or like I was putting my team in a dangerous situation. So we would conduct a phone interview. First, they would contact us with like either through an email or through a phone call. I would assess the situation via email or phone call, and then usually phone call because I wanted to hear them and tell their story a little bit. And then based on that, I would kind of sit on it for a couple days and see how I felt, like intuitively, and then conduct the 2 hour interview prior to bringing the team. So it was me and another owner, and we would go in there and
Interesting.
conduct a really long interview, ask them all kinds of questions, and then schedule a team. If we thought that it was anything worth investigating, then we would schedule a team to go in there and a
Okay.
date and time.
When you were in there for the interview with the humans of the house,
Hmm.
did you ask that permission of them at that time as well? Did you try to zone in at all?
No, no.
And actually, Roxy asked, so like, second part of this question, Roxy asked if you've ever asked permission and received a significant no in response. So, like,
Um, no, no, not that I can recall right off the top of my head. Um, but the interview part was mainly for the homeowners to let them know who
okay.
we are, what we're doing, and for us to get a feel that there's like they're not dangerous. They're not going to have like a group of strangers come into their house and like attack them or hold us hostage or anything like that. It
Everybody
was
feels comfortable with everybody. You're like, okay, you
right,
guys aren't total crackpots. Okay, you guys are also aren't total crackpots.
right,
So
right.
that's good.
And then we'd interview the family members separately. And if there was anybody under 18, we always had a parent there, but like away from them, so they couldn't see the parent. Um, yeah, but we never did anything about like we didn't go through the house. It was just a total straightforward interview to the coffee table or on the couch or at the dining room table. We'd talk for a couple hours, go through every single um, question that you can think of, and then when we got there, that's when the investigation started. Um, so so
Ooh,
yeah,
man,
it was
it's
fun.
intense.
Yeah,
So
some of it's
give me
fun.
some like details that you can that you do feel comfortable sharing about other people's things, but like what are some of the notable experiences as far as like we're calling you, we need help because of da 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 da. Da.
Okay, so what's really interesting is some commonalities over the 13 years that I did this, um, that I found were if there's heads of the household, if there are two people, more often than not, those two people were having relationship problems. So there was already a lot of
Interesting.
arguing going on, and it's hard to say. It's really hard to say if whatever was there was causing the problems or if the problems were actually developing into um, like manifesting like a tulpa, like a bad energy ball that was kind of like permeating through the
Yeah.
house. It's really hard to say. Sometimes we'd go there and we'd be like, there's nothing in this house. These people are bad vibes. And a couple weeks later, we'd be like, should we go again? Do you guys want us to do a spirit release? Like, we haven't found anything, um, but how can we support you? And they'd be like, oh, well, we're getting divorced. Like, that happened kind of a lot. I
No,
wouldn't say like
I
half the time.
mean, united we stand, divided we fall, type of thing. Like
Yeah,
from Poltergeist movie, where it's like where Taylor's like he's trying to divide you, and you're stronger as a unit. You can
Right.
protect each other and be stronger as a unit. So when there is a wedge drawn, and especially if it's like a lot of really bad negativity, I feel like it's opening up for other things to seep through the cracks. It's like there's a breach in the system or something like that. So if you feel like that
Right.
was kind of like what you were experiencing was a consistency of that, that's interesting.
And I really feel that some of it was could have been that. In other times, I really felt that it was the people. I mean, to answer who's asking, gun show Roxy, yeah, marriage counseling or family therapy, just as a suggestion. I'm not licensed to say that, and I have like no real authority as a paranormal investigator. But that was something that I did offer, and people didn't want to hear that. People would rather hear that their house is haunted rather than deal with their own shit. That's the reality of it. Like, no, there's a ghost and they're
Yeah,
trying, and I'm like, you guys have some major issues. And we could tell because we interviewed them separately, and there was often like putting down the wife, like, oh, and she's crazy and I don't believe in this shit, or that kind of thing, where it's like really not supporting each other. Where I'm like, there's kind of more going on here than just maybe there's something in the house.
sure.
Um,
But the
and
times that there was something going on,
in
what
those
kind of like
situations,
desperate help were people wanting from?
right, in those situations, it often felt like it was one person in the house experiencing it. And not saying like maybe the mom, for example, or like the teenage daughter, and no one else. It I don't know if it was like attention seeking because they were so um, not supported by their family, which I think in some cases it was that. Maybe they just, and not even like consciously, but wanting some kind of like, I don't know, reaching out because their family was not validating them or listening to them or supporting them in any real way. But this was like their last hope. Like, I'm not crazy. See, get these people in here, that kind of thing. Um,
Yeah. Okay,
and
that makes sense.
sometimes there just wasn't. We'd go back two, three times, and there just was absolutely nothing, nothing. And we'd stay there 4,
Hmm.
5, 6 hours, and there was just nothing. And the stories just kind of didn't add up. And other times it was like you could tell in the interviews, like they didn't get past the interview stage because I think these people were just lonely. That's something else that I noticed a lot of, that people were lonely and wanted, maybe someone died, a couple years before, their partner or their kid or something, and they just wanted some way of connecting. But it wasn't like that's what was going on in their house. They just wanted the connecting, and we're like,
That
we
makes
can't
sense.
provide that for you, that kind of comfort. Um, so another thing that was common, which was interesting, is people that have really cluttered homes, or like strangely shaped homes. If you're not moving the energy in there, things kind of get stagnant. So it's important to like go in there
Interesting.
and
Yeah.
clap or listen to music loudly, or like, have people over. You have to get that energy moving. Um, and there were quite a few semi hoarders that, yeah, that was another common thing. And I don't exactly know why. I don't know if it's like there's more places to hide, or there's more places for energy to just kind of get stuck.
Sure.
But that was another common thing that we noticed.
Okay. So as far as a lot of these like interesting correlations that you saw, what were some of the biggest complaints that they were having? Was it seeing things or things moving around or like any kind of like physical attacks? Like what were people the most concerned about where they felt like they had to bring a team and pay them money to come and help them?
So we also weren't like paid. We only asked for donations for gas
Oh,
money and batteries. So we did everything for
interesting.
free. Yeah,
Cool.
because if we got paid, then I think there'd be kind of a level of like being potentially being persuaded in one way or another. So people gave the team donations, and all of those donations, which more often than not, like we only ask for donations to get us there and back home for gas, snacks, and batteries.
Okay.
Because like,
That's pretty good.
you
You're
know,
like, we're not trying to
40, 50 bucks.
swindle you. This isn't in our best interest. We're actually trying to help you, and we also want the experience as well. So it's like mutually
Right,
beneficial.
right. And if people did give a bigger donation, it always went into the funds, and that was for like team shirts or new equipment or anything like that. So we did all of this. It was just like a labor of love. We did all of it for free,
Cool.
essentially.
That's
Um,
great.
but I'm sorry, your question was how? What's your question?
Like what kind of manifestations were
Oh,
people
okay.
concerned about?
Um, Often it was a lot of like things being moved. Not that they saw it actually moving, but they're like, I know this thing was here and it was moved. That kind of thing. That was probably the most common. And then like voices at night, kind of like what I was describing before, um, or cold feelings, cold spots in the house, feeling like they're being watched, feeling like there's, hairs standing up on the back of their neck, that kind of thing. It was those kind of common little things, I think, were the most prevalent. Um,
So nothing like my son is getting scratched up in the night and shit's flying around the house. Like you didn't have anything like really fucking crazy.
there were a couple times where people said things like that and they sent pictures, but we didn't experience that when we were there. So it's really
Okay.
hard to say, like if a son had his little scratch on the back or something. Um, it's essentially just a picture of a scratch on a back on a kid,
Sure.
so it's hard to, yeah, it's hard to make that add up to anything. Um, yeah, and things like people would say the television turned on by itself, or the light turned off by itself, or I heard a door slam, those kind of things. But it was things that we were not able to replicate. More often than not, we were not able to replicate, and we weren't there long enough. And we understand that we're there for such a short period of time, and perhaps if there was anything in the home or in the site, um, maybe we're just trying to communicate with that one person. And sometimes that was sometimes it felt like that was the case, and then we'd go back and have that homeowner or that, because usually they left and we had like the whole place to ourselves.
Okay.
um, but sometimes we'd have them come back and be a part of the investigation, and sometimes things would happen, sometimes not. um, but we didn't want them there for the most part, because if they did hear or see anything in their own home, like using one of the devices, that's pretty scary. It's pretty scary.
Yeah.
And to have that validated in that way, I mean, I don't know that I'd be able to sleep in my home if I've been living there for 30 years and I heard like the same voice that I've been claiming to hear, like if I actually heard and this group of people heard it too. You know what I mean? It's like you think that people would want to feel validated in that way, and maybe they do, but they don't want to um, witness it necessarily.
That makes sense for sure. But they want the
Yeah,
report in the end. They want the basic
right.
report. Like, are we crazy? Yes or no?
Totally. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And that happened a lot, was like we experienced this, we heard a little girl's voice, we saw this, and they're like, that's what I've been seeing too. Like, yeah, that's what we saw. We saw it in this room, that kind of thing. Sometimes we'd have some video evidence, and there was nothing concrete, that's like, it's kind of like the things that you see on the television shows. It's nothing concrete. It's just unexplainable,
Like weird
and
anomalies where you're like, well, it is definitely colder here than here, but that's not enough proof to say this is like proof of the afterlife.
right. And,
Okay.
and things like using the ovilus, or using the shack hack, or using uh, a heat sensor camera, a temperature camera, or a temperature gun, or um, um, oh gosh, what is it called when you touch something? Someone on the chat maybe knows. When you touch something and you know the history of it.
Oh yeah. Actually
Um,
Krista has that. Krista. She said she was switching from her phone. or to her phone from her computer. It's a clairsentience. I think it's clairsentience.
I don't remember. And there's another word that I think starts with a T, like anyway, like that kind of thing. I only did that a couple times, and it was just through no that's not where my gifts lie as far as I knew. But I remember going to this one dude's house, and he was adamant about me holding this tomahawk. And I'm
Hmm.
like, okay. And I held it, and he goes, "What do you see? Like, what are you getting from this?" And I'm like, and I said, psychometry. That's it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's the word. Um, and I said some names, and I said, I'm seeing kind of like Victorian dress, and I said these two Victorian names. And I think one of them was Victoria. It was like Elizabeth and Victoria or something like that, or Isabella, or something like that. And then I said, and I gave it back to him. And he wrote this amazing review like 2 days later. And he didn't say anything then because he didn't know, but he wrote this amazing review, and he mentioned, he goes, after they left, they gave me all of this information. And so he started looking in his, like in his garage for pictures of his family or whatever. And he found the two people that tomahawk belonged to, and it was given to them by a Native American chief. I forget the name. And on the back of the photo, and it wasn't like of them receiving it. It was just of those two ladies. On the back of the photo, it was the exact names that I had said.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Good
and he's
job.
like,
That's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah, and I was like, I didn't know I could do that. That's fucking bizarre.
But it
Um,
was prompted because he said, "No, I want you to tell me what you see," rather than you
right,
taking the initiative.
right.
Wow, that's really cool. Have you tried more of that since to see
Yeah,
if you could do
yeah,
it?
I did it a few times, but that's not where my strengths lie, and I haven't done it since. I mean, not I haven't done it for a long time. I kind of have like put a lot of that stuff on the back burner, because it really was sometimes it could be a very big distraction in my life. So now my focus is like tarot cards, and that's and my own dreams. It's kind of where my focus is now. But yeah, I did that a few times just to see, and
That's
it's
very
it's
cool.
yeah, it's pretty bizarre. I didn't even know, and had he not told me, like, tell me what you feel, I would have never done that.
Yeah.
And I just said the first thing that came to me. I'm like, okay, I see like two Victorian girls. These are the names. Huh. And he posted in his review,
Interesting.
he posted the picture of these two women, and I'm like, dressed exactly how I described. I'm like, that's what I saw. That's totally what I
That is
saw.
so cool. I think that
Yeah.
that's a very neat thing to be able to do. It's I think good on command, but not good every time if you touch something that you're getting all of
Right.
these messages. I haven't had specific images from anything that I've really touched, but I have gone to touch things in antique shops and pulled my hand back.
Yeah.
I've gotten the warning, don't touch that, don't fucking touch that. And I'm like, okay, thank you. Thank you for the warning. I will not be touching that. I'm like a real hands on person. I love antique shops, it's my favorite.
Right.
And I love touching everything and, just kind of feeling everything out. And there's been a couple notable times where I have felt like an extreme aversion to it. So I guess that's good
Hmm.
to have that kind of warning type of thing. But I think it would be
Right.
very cool to get that information. I've never really been asked specifically, so I wonder if it would be in any way different if I was asked. But just upon going and picking up a million antiques, like I haven't necessarily gotten any visions like that. But it seems
Um,
pretty profound. It's cool.
yeah, yeah. And I don't know if it's because I was open to the idea that it happened, or if it's like if I was like really working hard at it, if it would come again. But
Sure.
um, yeah, so yeah, I was thinking about that too, like Rogue with gloves on. Yeah, for sure.
Oh
Um,
yeah, have you seen that the show The Haunting of Hill House? That show
But
is
yeah, I saw like an
fantastic.
episode or two. Yeah,
Oh, it's
yeah,
so freaking good. And the girl Theo, she wore gloves constantly because everything she touched, she was way too sensitive to it. So she just wore gloves. It was like her thing, her shtick, wearing
right.
gloves. So yeah, sometimes
Yeah.
that would be intense to need a physical barrier like that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, but like for the most part in these paranormal investigations, I went in as what we call a sensitive. So it's not necessarily a medium because a medium is, obviously like the gateway to the spirits that have crossed over and having direct communication with them. And then a psychic is it's kind of more of a loose definition for that, just knowing. But I went in as a sensitive, so I receive information in different ways. For a while, um, when I was younger, for a while, I had clairgustance, which is like to be able to taste and also to smell things. So I could um, yeah, like picking up smells. I would go into a place and be like, oh, I smell cigars, and I'd be like, oh, my granddad smokes
Interesting.
cigars, that kind of thing. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
another thing.
Actually, Joe earlier was talking about when he was doing, what was it? It was like a psychic investigations for murder cases. He was brought in on a
Oh,
few of that he would taste blood sometimes in
yeah,
his mouth during all of that, and that's a very interesting sense, spidey sense to have, is to be able to like pick up on smells and tastes that others are not able to pick up on. My great grandfather smoked cigars, and in my grandmother's house, it was like a pretty well known thing that every now and then you would smell those cigars come through, and I did smell it myself, which was very very cool. But that's the only
yeah,
time that I've ever got any kind of like thing like that. That's
yeah,
neat. That's
yeah.
really cool. So it sounds like you have a lot of different things firing at the same times for
Yeah, and
you.
it's not, and it hasn't been like consistent, where I'm like, this is what I do, this is how I work. It's just I go in there open enough, and yeah, sensitive to the ideas and open to the ideas of like just allowing information to come through. Um, but I definitely have a sense of knowing more than anything. Going into a place and being like, oh, I think I know what happened here, that kind of situation.
Do you
Yeah,
have to turn it on specifically when you're going in? Do you have some kind, I know you said you do like the grounding ritual and all of that. Is it something that if you really meditate or focus on turning that on, do you notice that it's more powerful than if you're
yes,
just in an old hotel or something? Yes.
yeah, definitely, and especially if I'm in a group of of other sensitive people, for
Mm.
sure. I used to do what we called another group in San Diego. It's called the Psychic Gym, and it was led through by this really talented medium. And so we would do a lot of games together. And being in those environments really just opened me up for like the following days, where I would just get so much information. It was really cool. It's really, really cool. So being around people that are also kind of flexing their psychic muscles helps. Um, and yeah, just being in tune. I mean, every now and again, I'll go somewhere and I'll just get like a thing, like some kind of hit. But it happens less and less these days. I also have a lot of other like earthbound stuff going on in my life at this stage
Sure.
of my life.
Your focus
So
has shifted a little bit, so you're not as
totally,
zeroed in on that. That makes
yeah,
sense. Which maybe it's
totally.
a nice break a little bit, and you know that you can access it when you decide that you want to be open to that again.
Right, exactly, exactly. And the way that I am is, again, like I said, through tarot cards. And so I've been doing readings for people for a few years, several years now, and that's how I channel my psychic energy these days. Um,
Awesome.
yeah, yeah, but
Are you
uh,
doing that as a business, or is that like pro bono? You just want to hone your skills in?
as a business, yeah, I do it as a business. I actually do have a link I can share with that now that I think about it.
Oh,
I
that'd be
do
great.
do it as a business. It's not as it's not very often, but several times a month. I definitely do that.
Okay.
So let me get that and
Awesome.
put that in the
That's
chat.
really cool.
Yeah. Um,
I would love to get a reading. I think that would be very
yeah.
interesting. A lot
And I
shifting
do,
right now, so be cool.
yeah, for sure. And the way that I use tarot is also a little different. It's not like fortune telling in any way, but I definitely use it more as a guiding tool. And so, yeah, it's a little different. It's a little different than what some people expect.
Do you have a certain deck that is your like main deck, or do you have a bunch of different ones that you go back and forth?
Um, I have I have several decks, but my favorite is actually one that was given to me by a lady that turned out to be kind of nutty. Um, Let me get this chat up. Um, but it was a deck that I just couldn't connect with for like the first 10 years I had it almost. And then one day I was, you need to be a follower? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I just dropped it in the chat. And then one day
Oh, excellent.
I was kind of like, I was in bed thinking about the situation that had happened, and I thought, man, I just need an answer. Just need like, why did this happen? Did it happen because of this? Did it happen because of that? Because of that? And something just told me, use the cards. I hadn't like picked up those cards in years. I thought, I need to just follow this. I just need to get up and get the cards. And they were right there. And I'm like, okay, I got the cards. And as I held them and I started shuffling them, um, and I picked some out, it just became really clear to me. And it took me, like I said, years. And this woman gave them to me, gave me that particular deck. It's like a gothic tarot, so it's kind of vampire-y and a little bit dark. And I used to be part of these other tarot groups. Every time people that read tarot, they usually have like multiple decks, and so whenever we would meet, everyone would have an exchange. So everyone would bring their deck of cards that they didn't want anymore, and if you gave one away, then you were allowed to take from the pile.
Cool. I like that.
Yeah, it was really cool. I went for about a year and a half, and we met maybe once or twice a month. Um, my deck was never ever chosen. Like rarely was it even picked up to be looked at. And
Interesting.
that was before I could really connect with it. So I thought that was weird, and everyone would be like, "This is dark. This is a dark one. This is a dark one." I'm like, "Okay, whatever." I didn't think much of it, and I thought, well, I don't really. I wanted to get into the tarot reading because, or using tarot cards as a tool because they were given to me, and I just had them, and I was like, okay, well, let me see about it. But I couldn't get into that deck until that time. I must have had them for like a good 10 years,
Wow.
until something was just like just use the cards, and that's definitely now my favorite deck for sure. It's very easy to read, and that what I would get a
Cool.
lot from people was like, this deck is really hard to read. It's like not clear. It's really tricky. I'm like, okay, but yeah, now it's my favorite.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Do you remember that tarot card store that we went to in Amsterdam that had like a hundred
Oh
different
yes.
decks?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm an oracle reader, not tarot. So I was like, well, it looks like it's like predominantly this. Like there's not as much oracle, and a lot of things were in Dutch, so I couldn't read them anyway. And right towards the end, I ended up finding my deck that is one of my absolute favorite ones that I have. It's the Messenger Oracle, and I absolutely love it. So I thought I'd report back to you and let you know that it was amazing. And
Yeah.
actually,
Very cool.
Krista Curvy Goddess, the quantum tarot deck that I gifted to you, I got that at that store in Amsterdam with Dell. So I find that quantum deck, and I was like, Krista needs this deck, and I held on to it for a while, and then ended up gifting it out to her. So
Very cool.
it made its way across the sea. There,
Yeah.
it's nice to see like what vibes with everybody. You know, like my very first deck is the most accurate of all of them, which I think I just got very lucky. I have the Brian Froud Fairy Oracle,
Okay.
and oh my goodness, it is absolutely fantastic. Tavia ended up getting it as well because she vibed with it so much, and it's very straightforward and very honest. And I feel like it never does me wrong. And some of my other cards, I feel like I'm like, I don't. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Cards, like I'm not sure if we're on the same page. I want to be on the same page as you. I want
Right.
get in here, you know. And then sometimes there's just like a little bit of a disconnect. But when you know, you know, and that's
Right.
that cool thing when you really have that feeling. It's kind of neat to see that response, and I like that. You know, you didn't use them very much for very long, and then all of a sudden it was like, now I'm ready for you. Maybe for whatever
Right.
reason, that was the appropriate time to receive the information in that kind of way. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah. And like I said, they're kind of dark, so whenever I would get use them for readings, um, some of the imagery is not things that people want to see. There's like pentagrams and vampires, and it's
That sounds
very.
awesome to me, but I
I
can
know
see how some
totally.
people wouldn't vibe with
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And it's very gothy, and people are just like, this is really dark, and I'm like, just don't. Just let me tell you what it means. Like the picture is just there. Like you can look up what this card means later, or figure it out on your own. But um, yeah, the imagery is not very inviting to most people. And like I said, it wasn't for me either for many years. So it definitely
Yeah.
takes a little bit of warming up those cards. But now I use several decks, so yeah.
Do you ever do mixed readings where you use multiple decks? I don't know
No,
if anybody
I
does, but I was just curious.
I haven't, but I mean, I'd be really curious to check
Hmm.
that out, actually. Yeah, because I have the two
Oh,
primary decks I use are very different. It's the Vampire Gothy one, and then the Illuminated deck, which is really simplistic. And then like one side of the deck is this like hologram, beautiful kind of sparkly angelic type thing, and then the other side is like a really simplistic like hand drawing. Um, So it'd be really interesting to see those two working together, actually.
actually, just in more recent times, maybe last month or so, I did one where I took my three favorite decks, the decks I was like feeling in that moment, and I did a three card thing from each of them, and I laid them all out. So I did one, boom, 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 same intention, same kind of question, laid out all three. So this one, yeah, I don't remember if it was past, present. I don't think it was past, present, future. I don't remember exactly what I like assigned to each one, but I so card number one, I would do card number one with my fairies, and then with the Isis Oracle, and then the messenger or whatever order it was, and it was really interesting to see them kind of together like that. So the one
Hmm.
question was answered with three different languages essentially, and I
Right.
had to put them kind of together to be like, okay, well, what would these mean together? And it was really cool. It was cool. So I would recommend giving that a go, even just for yourself sometime if you just wanted to kind of see how they work together.
Right.
It's kind of neat. Variety is the spice of life, you know.
Yeah, totally.
That's cool. Well, I'm glad you got that link in there right now. So if anybody's interested in getting a reading, what, if you don't mind sharing, what are your prices and how long are the readings?
So I do a three-card reading for $30, and that's about 25 to 30 minutes. And then a six-card reading for 60, and that's about 45 minutes to an hour.
Wow. Okay. Wow, you
Mhm.
go really in depth with that. That's really cool. And since
Yeah.
you are a psychology student right now, are you using your intuition in addition to your psychology that you are learning about to create a more full picture of what you're looking at?
Sometimes I've definitely found that it comes in handy, especially when people are having very specific issues that they want to work on. Because the way that I use my cards is more of a guide. So if people have something they need to work through, a question that they have, some kind of maybe they need a clearer vision for their next step in life, that kind of thing. I really like to unpack that. And
That's
certain,
cool.
um, yeah, certain aspects of my psychology training can help, especially when providing like maybe behavioral changes a person can make to better themselves in that situation.
Sure. That's really cool. That's good. So you're giving advice from a more trained perspective, that might actually help somebody through the issue. That's really cool.
Right,
I like that.
right, right, right.
Real quick, before we go forward, I would like to throw out in the chat if anybody has any questions up until this point. Do you have questions about the paranormal investigations? Do you have questions about dream stuff? What do you got? I'm sure I know Roxy has questions. She has the best questions always. She's the best. But Roxy said she noticed the location was in the UK. Which,
My
with
look,
Delia, how much she travels, who knows? It could be in the UK.
really? Oh, no, I'm currently in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, they were
That's
saying the
weird.
link wasn't working. The link
Okay,
that you put to the Facebook.
let me try again. Yeah, I got an
Okay.
error on I don't know why, but I'll try again.
Okay. That would be good. Cool. Hallie nailed it. She's like, I just searched the name on Facebook. Perfect. Well done.
Yeah, I'm just gonna drop the name and then just in case it doesn't work again.
Joe has a question. He says, have you ever contacted spirit on the other side? Because it seems like you have a strong psychic base, but have you done any medium work?
Yes, not like as my primary thing, but yes, I have.
Is that
Yeah, I
something
have.
that you um, do you like doing that, or is it a little bit uncomfortable for you? Like, how do you feel about it?
No, no, it's not uncomfortable. It's definitely something that I've utilized, especially going into different sites, um, and working with friends or loved ones that have passed for myself. Um, but it's not, again, it's not my area of expertise, and it's not. Yeah, that's not where my strengths lie. But yeah, it is something that I have done for sure.
What do you feel like is your biggest strength as far as your gifts or powers or whatever you would like to call them? What do you feel like you have the most skill with?
The gift of knowing. So, yeah, just your regular old run of the mill uh, clairvoyance.
Okay.
Just knowing. I get, and that sometimes, like I said, it comes in different ways, but it's usually like walking into a situation, into a room, and knowing like being able to read a room, being able to read a person, um, that kind of thing. And it's pretty immediate. It's pretty immediate. It's not something that I need to like really focus on. When I was younger, I was able to see auras, um, but again, because of this like being faxed information when I was little, I feel like I was told if I told anybody, I wouldn't be able to see them anymore. And
Oh,
yeah,
bummer.
and so when I was about 13 or 14, I spilled the beans and I told my mom. I had met this person. We went on Rodeo Drive. It was like probably like 2 or 3 in the morning, and it was with one of my mom's artist friends. And he's like, "Oh, let's go to Rodeo Drive because Yoko Ono is having these." She was putting up like parts of her poem or something on the store windows,
Hmm.
and in like gold leaf or something like that. And so we were going around all the shops and reading them. And this woman pulled up in a Jaguar and got out and was like reading all the windows. And then so the artist friend is like, "Hey, lady, what are you doing?" And they start talking. And my mom's kind of a shy person, so it was just kind of like listening. And the lady starts talking to me, but she's like, kind of like in the scene, The Shining, when Halloran is talking to Danny, but they're like using their minds to talk. And she
Mm-hmm.
looks at me and she's like, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "Who are you?" You know, like, and I saw her aura flash so in such a vibrant and such a colorful way, and like colors were changing so fast. I'd never seen anything like that before. All I kept
Wow.
thinking was, this woman's an angel. She's an angel. And she started going into this story of her life, how she was, I forget how it started, but somehow she ended up homeless and totally starving and dehydrated, so much that she had to go into like a public bathroom to drink water from the toilet because she didn't have any water. Nobody would give her money. She was hurting. And somehow, and I forget the story because again, I was like 13 or 14, probably about 13. Um, Somebody said she met a publisher randomly or something, and someone said, "You need to write. You need to write about your life." And she did, and she wrote a book, and she got some money, changed her life around, wrote some more books, got some more money, and then she's like, "And look at me now." She goes, "I have a new Jaguar for every day of the week." And she
Wow.
super rich, super like, she's like, "You can do anything." And then at the end of the conversation, I was just in awe because, like I said, her aura was flashing in such a way. I had never ever seen anything like that. I just kept thinking, this woman's an angel. She hands us her business card, and her name is Angela.
Oh, wow. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
And I was like, "Oh my God." And she put her hand on my face and she goes, "You're a very special little girl." I had said like nothing to her. And she's like, "You're a very special little girl," blah, blah, blah. She left. I don't know what happened to the business card, which sucks, but I was so excited and I was like reeling from this experience. Like, I just met an actual angel and I met someone that validated me and like recognized me and I know was like on my level. Um, and so we're walking back to the car and I'm like holding my mom's hand. I'm a little girl and I'm like excited, and it's, summertime, 3, 2, 3 in the morning. And we're the only ones on Rodeo Drive. So we're walking back to her friend's car. And I said, "Mom, can I tell you something?" And like I remember thinking, like, don't say anything, don't say anything, don't say anything. I remember thinking that. And I said, "Can I tell you something?" She's like, "Yeah, sure." And I said, "I can see auras." And I was like wanting to have this conversation with her and tell her like, that woman just, I can't believe what I just saw. And she said, "Oh, okay." And it fucking killed it. But she said it in such a like
Dismissive
annoying,
kind of way.
dismissive, just annoying, obnoxious way.
Oh.
I didn't want to say anything else, and I just like closed up, and that was it. So since then, I've probably seen him maybe a handful of times. But when I was little, I thought everybody could see them because I would go to like a crowded place and see who I didn't want to stand next to, who, and that was my gift, like who I didn't want to stand next to, who I didn't want to be around, what I can, who was good for me and who wasn't. The interesting thing is like I can't see that anymore since then, but I still feel it. I still feel it. So
So you think
it's
it's attributed to you being told not to mention it, and then you did, and then it just
could
went
be,
away?
could be. And I've talked to some mediums that I've worked with over the years, and I've told them this story, and they're like, "Well, um, actually, a couple of them said that some kids, like, it's not that uncommon." Um, yeah, exactly. The mental block. Exactly. It's not that uncommon that kids think that for whatever reason. And then there's a block. So like to unblock it is really the difficult journey. And
Yes,
I've
very
tried a
true.
little bit, but obviously not not hard enough because I'm like, okay, I can't see it, but I can definitely feel it. I can, and I don't know. The thing is, I didn't never knew what the colors meant. I had no idea they even meant anything. I just knew that certain things I was not attracted to, and it wasn't until my grandfather, he was watching some kind of like the Mexican version of like Sally Jesse Raphael or something like that, and they were talking about psychic kids, and he was and they were showing they were talking about auras, and I must have been about, yeah, 9 or 10, and I was like, oh, I didn't know what it was called. I had no idea, and I'm like, that's what I can do. And my grandfather started talking about it. It was just me and him watching the show, and he started talking about it, and I'm like, that's pretty fucking cool. So that's how I knew. And he was like, oh, look, and they're saying that the colors mean things, and like they mean specific things, and I'm like, I had never heard of that before. I didn't know. Like, I was a kid. How would I know
Sure,
to
sure,
even
sure.
what that's called?
Oh, that's nice that you
So,
felt that like solidarity. You're like, awesome. Okay, other people are also having this
yeah,
happen.
right.
I had experienced it on and off when I was younger, more way more so when I was younger. It kind of dropped off when I got older. Except for last year, there was one profound moment. Me and my friend were on this massive road trip, and she was going through some really hard stuff and working through some stuff. And there's at one point, I was just like, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you right now. Like, man, like your aura is extremely vibrant right now. It's like an amber, orangish amber color. I don't even know what that means, but I'm telling you, I'm like physically seeing this right now, and I just had to vocalize that to you. Your aura is amber. Carry on, continue on the conversation. But it was like really visually prominent, and it had been a long time since I'd seen it like that before. So it's kind of a cool thing. But yeah, not knowing what it means, you're like, okay, orange, amber, what now? And who
Right,
knows?
right, exactly. Like, what do you do with that?
I still don't know what the fuck it meant. But
Yeah, I don't really know what the colors mean because again, I grew up not knowing the colors. I just knew how I felt about them, and then once I didn't have the visual, I still had the feeling. So I just go based on that. But
yeah,
I'd be very
wow.
curious to
Joe said
see.
he took an aura a class on aura reading, and he said he could
Oh,
only
very
see them
cool.
when he really concentrates. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That is
Oh, and I
awesome.
see the question, did my grandfather have that gift too? I don't know. I don't know. He and I were not close, and he was very standoffish. This is probably the only memory I have of him being really human with me. He's my step grandfather actually. So I don't know if he did. I was little and I was very sick, and so I was staying with them for the day, and he was watching TV, and for whatever reason I was watching TV with him, and we had that conversation. It was just a one-time thing, and he used to paint these little figurines, and after that maybe he felt a closeness and started showing me all these little figurines that he was painting, and I don't know if he did. I was too little and too shy or too insecure to talk about it any further. And when I got older, we just didn't have that kind of relationship for me to be like, do you remember that time, or have you ever? It never. He just wasn't the most welcoming man to me.
That's
Maybe to
too
other people, I
bad.
don't know. Yeah, and then
So
he
who
passed. I'm
knows?
like, well, yeah, I have no idea, but just based on how he lived his life and the kind of person he was, I don't know that he had any kind of gift of like that, because I feel like he would have been a much more compassionate person. I could be really
Hopefully
wrong.
so. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. But
Okay.
I think he was interested in that stuff, and he was definitely interested in like angels and things like that, but I think it was more of a curiosity than him having any kind of gift, but
Sure.
I really don't know. I don't know.
Okay. We have another question from Roxy that was scrolled up a little bit. I did not miss it though. She was asking if you've ever done any remote viewing because there was a bunch of chit chats in the chat about remote viewing. So have you ever had to do anything yet?
I have I've definitely tried several times, and I feel like I got some hits, but there was nothing to corroborate it. There's nothing to validate it in any way. Um, so I don't know if I really was doing what.
Sure.
There was no one on the other end of it. It was me trying to focus in on a situation, and this is how I've done it several times, me trying to focus in on the situation to see if I could get to the root of an issue and have a little more insight from that person's perspective. But I can't say with certainty that it worked or that it didn't.
Okay.
So maybe
I'd
the
like
answer
for us
is
to try with Zener cards sometime. That would be
oh
really
yeah,
fun.
that'd be cool.
I have a deck. It would be kind of fun
Okay.
to give that a go. We could do it on
Especially
stream.
since
If you
there's
want to.
Yeah, especially since there's distance, I think that would be really cool. We did do
Hmm.
some games like that in the psychic gym, where we would have the psychic practice cards, and like send images to each other and like try to see from the other person's perspective and try to like receive, and that worked out. I mean, that was pretty. Yeah, I think that worked out more often than not. But like remote viewing to really try and focus in on a different place, completely far away kind of thing. I don't know
Sure.
that I've been successful. I have no way to quantify that, but that'd be really cool to
Okay.
try. Yeah.
You know, if you are open to it, I think it might be fun to do an exercise right now where you close your eyes. I
Okay.
show the chat what the card is. We give it a minute for the lag to keep up, and then we all try to send it to you and see what you get. Do you want
Okay.
do you want to try
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's do it.
Sweet. Okay, I'm gonna run upstairs. It's gonna take me 2 seconds to grab it, so feel free to tell a uh, fun story or react to
Okay.
chat, and I'll be right back. This is gonna be so fun.
So if anyone has any other questions about my paranormal investigating days, please feel free to ask. My conclusion on what ghosts are, I ultimately feel that they are what I was told they were when I was younger, and that ghosts and spirits and may not necessarily be the same thing. Um, Spirits, I think, maybe might pertain more to people that have passed, and ghosts maybe also people that have passed, but not necessarily like related to you in any way, just kind of in the area. Um, but definitely feel just like extraterrestrial. They are interdimensional beings that um, use time the way we know it as a method of travel. And when we see them or experience them, it's just kind of a glitch in the matrix per se. It's just a thinning of the veil where you're getting a glimpse into what they might be going through. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I don't have any definitive answers about what ghosts really are, because I don't think that
Nobody
we have.
does. Nobody has a
Yeah,
definitive answer, but we have
yeah,
some pretty cool ideas.
right. And I don't think we have the tools to be able to validate that in a way that the human, like the entire human race, is going to be like, this is what it is. This is why the sky is blue. Like this is why ghosts are. We just don't have those tools yet. Whether it's because we don't have the mental capacity to understand yet, or we don't have the scientific tools to actually measure in within the public realm. Because I
That's what
definitely feel.
I think. I think you touched on that. That I just don't think we've had a way to, officially measure it and be able to replicate it and prove it officially, so it's in the textbooks. Yet, yet, we're moving forward all the time. So I
Right.
think that we will be able to, even if we can't explain exactly how and where, but at least definitively that something is going on, something beyond what it is that we see, that it's undeniable that there is alternative options out there. There are other
Right.
things happening. And I know there's a lot of skeptical people that, try to see things from a different perspective, and they make a lot of excuses for things because they have to change their entire view of the world.
Right.
Everything has to change if they admit this one thing, and it opens Pandora's box. And that is more than a lot of people would like to handle. But it's a lot, yeah,
I
a lot of
agree.
interesting questions about that. After we get through these other questions here, and we do the Zener cards, don't let me forget, we're coming back around to the interdimensional beings. Not going to forget. We're on it. So let's see. We've got Joe. What piece of equipment did you find the most useful for your paranormal investigations?
It's not anything exciting, but a notepad and pen were the most useful, um, to,
Interesting.
to go around and take notes and just, again, write what I feel, anything that comes to mind. Like if there's a vibe in a closet, like creepy closet in the bedroom, little girl at the window, whatever, anything that came to mind. That for me was the most useful, because I think also the act of writing really helps to kind of get more open and in tune. And what was interesting is I would go through my notes, and whoever was the photographer at that site, or the in charge of audio, or working with an novelist or whatever, um, they would say like, "Oh, I caught something that looks like a little girl at the window in such and such room," and I'd go through my notes and be like, "That's what I got." So for me, that was the most useful tool for me. The most fun and interesting one was definitely the spirit box or the ovilist, just because it's kind of more real time, tangible,
Sure.
and it's something that everybody can hear and can see, um, as it's going on. Like I said, you ask, if there's anyone here that would like to communicate, say your name, and it's like, my name is Mary or whatever. Like,
By
how
the
do
way, so
you?
have you done EVPs based on talking about
Yes,
that, like direct response? Have you
yes,
gotten like legit
yes,
EVPs?
yes,
Is it the
yeah.
scariest thing in the world just hearing disembodied voices? Because I'm gonna vote yes. It's my vote.
It's can be pretty alarming, because sometimes the sound that is responding is it doesn't sound very friendly. Not often, but sometimes. Um,
I don't like that.
it's
Makes it
it's
very
bizarre.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, and what's really, I think, the most interesting to me is when we'd go to a location and leave a recorder on in a room, and everybody's accounted for. So you're taking minutes the whole time you're there. Everyone's accounted for, and let's say it was like an upstairs back bedroom, and everyone at that point is taking a break in the kitchen. And we know that at 12:45, everyone was in the kitchen. And then as you're going back through your audio, you the timestamp on the recorder says 12:45, back bedroom, and there's a voice of a little kid or of a someone saying something, and there's like absolutely no human that was there.
Sure.
So like, it's someone's voice, not any human that was on our team, but it's someone's voice.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's interesting and a little unsettling. What about direct
Right.
responses? Do you feel like you've gotten some like direct
Oh yeah.
responses?
Yeah. Um,
What kind of responses have you got?
I mean, same thing, like names, or um, what was your business here, that kind of thing. Um, there was one that was really interesting. It was at the Adobe in Old Town San Diego, and no, sorry, not the Adobe, the Cosmopolitan. It was like the original Cosmopolitan. It's a hotel and bar and restaurant, and it started off in this like one Adobe house that now is just like a kitchen, or it's like a museum kitchen kind of thing. But anyway, that's where we did the majority of the investigation, and I started getting these images of perhaps what is really here are like the natives to this land that was here before. So I asked a question. I forget exactly how I worded it, but I asked a question, and we were using a recording device for any EVPs, along with the shack hack. And yeah, I asked about if there was anyone from like native people from the land, original to the land, that were here to communicate, if anybody wanted to come forward. And the radio that's supposed to be shuffling stopped on Native American chanting. And it took probably like 2 seconds. It was like and then it stopped, and it was like got stuck on this. First of all, I don't know why there was Native American chanting on the radio.
Me neither. I was just going to say the same thing. That's a very strange thing to have on the radio. Very
Right,
cool, but not
right, not
standard
usual,
radio.
right.
No.
And for it to
Wow.
stop in that way was bizarre. And so we all just kind of looked at each other and we're like, okay.
Do you feel like that was actually from a radio station, or do you feel like whoever this was utilizing that radio channel as a way to communicate that chant to you directly?
Oh, I don't know. I really don't know because it stopped for a while and we were like, intrigued for sure, but then also like, hey, what happened to our device? Like, it's not supposed to stop in that way, you know? So we started asking it more
Ah.
questions and turned it off, turned it back on eventually, and then it just kept shuffling. So I really don't know. I don't know, but I mean, just the fact that it stopped like that was, first of
Yeah.
all, bizarre, and that it stopped on that station or
That,
that
yeah, it
frequency.
almost, to me, like, the vibe I'm getting from it is something like hijacked that frequency to give you that message that maybe that wasn't something that was previously on the radio. Like, I wonder if that
Right,
was a direct response to you, which would be really fucking cool if it was. If you got these
right.
chantings like direct from the source, that would be so cool. That's super interesting. Roxy was actually wondering if you have any EVP recordings that you could share here.
I do. I have to dig for them, but also because they were at private residences, they're not, and they were with a team that I'm no longer a part of. I just legally would not be allowed to share them. I'd have to ask for permission first, but I
Okay.
can ask her and perhaps share them with you, give you a link or something to share in the future if she says
We would
yes.
love that. And of
Okay.
course, we don't need any information about like, who these people are, where they're at,
Right.
just the recordings, and then if there's any backstory that you want to share about, that specific thing without using names or anything. I think we'd all be pretty interested in checking that out. That'd be cool.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just going to look to see if that, because I haven't talked to this girl in a while, but I'm just going to see if her uh, website is still up. I know that she has stuff there too.
I give you a lot of credit too for being very respectful of the individuals in the space, even though it's like who would ever know, but the fact that you know and you're being respectful of it speaks a lot to your character.
I mean, and we tried. Like I said, it was all about helping that was the main thing there.
Uh-oh. You're frozen up again, and I'm talking to a fucking robot alien woman right now. Are you coming
Okay,
back? No,
can
not
you hear me?
yet. Try again.
Okay,
How about now?
some of this stuff down. Can you see?
Not good. I'm sure you'll come back in just a second. There's a glitch in the matrix right now. Oh, are you back? Fuck. How about now? God damn it. Yeah, like I know you're
Okay,
just like half of a second from being fully back. Shit.
and I can
Sucks.
see you.
You can hear me fine?
I can hear you fine. I can see you fine.
Yeah, you're froze up. Like your visuals is all froze up, and then I can only hear like little parts of your It's actually kind of like doing the spirit box because I'm just hearing like little parts and trying to decipher a story out of it. Oh, interesting. Roxy just said, "Oh my God, they don't want us talking about hearing their voices."
Oh, creepy.
Or I wonder if it's
Cat?
because you pulled up a different tab on your computer while you're looking for this. I wonder if that in any way is affecting it, which I don't know if it would. I'd rather believe that than that we're being cock blocked by some spirits right now. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe your internet connection just dropped out a wee little tad. Okay, we're gonna give her a second. We're gonna figure it out. I am loving this conversation so much. This is totally perfect, and this is amazing for the beginning of our spooky season. We are covering some really awesome ground today, and I'm really excited about doing the Zener cards. Yeah, Roxy, you're so cute. I meant no disrespect. Give us Delia back.
Okay. Can you see me? Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can. What did you
Okay.
do? Did you go
I
do a
plugged in
chant?
my computer.
You
I plugged
plugged
in the
in
computer.
your. All right. Oh, I was hoping you burned some sage or something like that. And
I know, right? I'm like, what the hell?
no, now we're
Um,
perfect. You're clear as a
okay, good.
little bell, Dell.
I think, yeah, okay.
Awesome. Okay,
But
so
yeah, I
we
will.
have
Mhm.
a question from
Okay.
Roxy. She was wondering if you have ever done automatic writing.
Yeah, that's something that when I was a teenager was really into doing as well. Um, Not like really into, but I did it many times. But it started to kind of freak me out. Started to kind of
Yeah,
freak me out.
touche. It's totally freaky. My grandmother was very proficient in it, and she would do it, and she would invite me in to be a part of it when she would do it. And she offered
Oh,
to show me how to do it. She wrote me out. I somewhere I think in a box somewhere. There it must still be, but she was like, "I'm going to write out on my word processor or typewriter or whatever, like here's like the details of how to do it and whatever." And I never felt comfortable doing it. I felt like it was a little bit too much of a like breach of my physical bubble. So I could understand why you would get a little bit freaked out as well doing that. But what kind of like outcome did you have by doing that?
it wasn't anything that was like really necessarily spooky or telling in any way. I mean, maybe a word here or there, but it was just the act of writing and really starting to feel like something's coming through me that was freaky for me. It just freaked me out.
Yeah,
And I again
I can
like
understand.
yeah, like Ouija board type thing. I'm just like it's opening up. I'm letting anything in. I'm just, you know what I mean? Like it was a little much for me, so I ended up just not doing that, and I haven't done that since
Yeah,
really. But when I would go around at these sites and start writing, it wasn't necessarily like automatic writing because I wasn't like just like allowing anything to come through. It was definitely through me. It was definitely I'm using myself as like the beacon for
yeah.
information.
You were just
Um,
like tapping into your intuition and writing what you felt as opposed to being a medium channel for something else directly coming through.
right, right,
Got it. Makes sense.
right, exactly.
Yeah, which I think is safer in that kind of way. I think so. When I was younger, speaking of like, how it's similar to the Ouija board, I was doing the Ouija board a lot with a friend, and we had a very consistent relationship with these two very specific spirits of these young girls. I think I might have talked about it here on the podcast at a time before. It's a whole long thing, so I won't go into the whole thing. But there was two girls. One of them was educated, and the other one was uneducated at the time of their passing, so she couldn't write and spell. So she wasn't able to come through via the board and actually be spelling out words for us. So after we were consistently doing this with these spirits for like quite an extended period of time, the one girl, Kryn, was like, Haley wants to communicate with you guys, but she can't do it through the board. So are either of you guys willing to let her draw like through your hand? And the whole thing freaked me out. It freaked me out, and I was like, I am not down. I I'm sorry, I'm not into it. Even though my grandmother was doing that stuff, I was like, nope, I'm not down. But my friend Lindsay, who I was doing all this stuff with, she was like, sure, okay. And nobody knows if they were really who they say they were. I really feel like they were who they said that they were, to be honest. And so we felt enough trust in them in that moment to open up to that. And Lindsay allowed Haley to draw, and it was so interesting. I wish I had these drawings somewhere, but she was drawing out little scenes and stuff. And I saw her eyes were closed. She wasn't looking at that time. I was like, close your eyes so you're not putting anything into it. And it was really interesting what came out of that. And then she was trying to write her name because she's like, well, I know, kind of know how to write my name. We're like, okay, write your name. And it was like kids version. It was very, very interesting.
That's
Um,
bizarre.
it was, and they started to get a little bit too demanding of our time and a little bit too intense with us, so we had to cut ties with that, and then things got a little bit bizarre after that fact. But that was one of those times where we're like, okay, kind of it's hand in hand with the Ouija board with that one, where they were actually asking for us to transition into that for the sake of somebody who couldn't spell, which totally made sense at the time.
Right.
But I'm glad that I didn't do it, though. I'm glad Lindsay was willing to take the reins on that one, because I was like,
No kidding.
oh yeah, it's really spooky to me. Letting anything into my physical self, it really makes me feel very uncomfortable. Like as far as like possession situation, like I have a hard time even watching possession movies. Like there, I avoid certain kind of movies, and I love horror movies. Obviously, I have an entire room in my house dedicated to horror movies. Like it's a horror movie room, and I love all different kind of movies. I don't mind gore. Like I don't give a shit. Blood and guts, brains, whatever. Possession is the thing that gets me on a core guttural level, and I'm not exactly sure why, and I kind of don't want to find out why I have an extreme aversion to that specific subject matter. So earlier you were saying that you had a story about kind of a phase one possession situation, which I would really like to hear. It's also going to scare me, but I really want to hear
Okay. Um,
it. I'm ready. Someone hold my
so
hand. Roxy, hold my hand.
I found a page of that are like public audio clips of like EVPs. Just I'm gonna play something and you guys just let me know if you can hear it.
Okay.
You can use this device to tell us what your name is.
Can you hear that?
Yes.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So let me just want to play one. Like for example, so the woman
Yeah.
that is and she still owns this group. Her name is Nicole Strickland. It's San Diego Paranormal Research Society. She is just in love and obsessed with the Queen Mary, and she has written several books on the Queen Mary. So I mean, she just goes there like on the weekends because she just likes to be there, and she's become very knowledgeable and it's kind of weird to say, but friends with the spirits of the Queen Mary. And in fact, one
Sure.
of her books is called Spirits of the Queen Mary. Um, So I will play one clip from the favorite, her favorite friend from Between Mary. It's a little girl named Jacqueline, and I will play that clip. I'm looking for it. Here it is. Okay. Oh, that's creepy. That was her saying Jacqueline, but hold on, let me.
See, now we are getting spooky. The
Okay,
title was right on. Okay, I'm
I
ready.
know.
I'm in
Okay,
position. I have my pumpkin.
okay,
Keep me safe.
okay. So listen, it's only 11 seconds long, so I'm gonna play the entire clip. Here we go.
Okay.
So that second, it's Nicole is the one that's saying Jacqueline, and then that second little voice that Jacqueline is is the ghost girl.
Is it doo doo doo? Is what it sounds like?
It's after she's saying Jacqueline,
Yeah.
that sound afterward. Yeah. Do you want me to play it again?
Yeah.
Do you hear it? Okay.
Like it sounds like it's mimicking the way that she was saying Jacqueline, but it's like doo doo doo.
Right.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's creepy.
Mhm.
That's
Mhm.
cute though. That's cute. It was
Yeah.
like a nice, friendly hello. I will take all of those happy, friendly ghost kids. That's totally good.
Yeah, she's definitely a special one. And there's
That's
on the
cool.
Star of India again in San Diego. I'll play one more, and then I can leave the link for you guys to check it out. Here
Yeah,
it is.
play a couple.
Star of India Captain's Quarters EVP Capture 2010. So I was on this. I don't remember. It's been again. That was 11 years ago, so I don't remember much of this. I'm hearing it kind of for the first time with you guys since then. So
Cool.
here we go.
Fun, fun, fun.
Should I read the? Do you want me to read the intro to like what's happening in the clip?
Sure. Yeah, if
Or
you think it's relevant and worthy
okay.
of sharing, sure.
So it says the team has conducted a few cases aboard the Star of India, which is part of the Maritime Museum of San Diego. While preparing for the evening's investigation, the team captured a disheartening Class A EVP, which Class A means very clear, um, of a male saying, "Help me." This is the voice of John Campbell, a stowaway found during the vessel's sailing days. Oh, could it be the voice of John Campbell? Upon being found by crew members, John Campbell was put to work and tragically lost his life after a fall from the masts. As with all ethereal energies we come across, we hope that John has found peace. So here is the EVP. And she likes to repeat it so that you could hear it. So here we go. Hail snake, hail snake, hail snake, hail snake, hail snake.
That's fucking terrifying.
There it is.
My eyes teared up. Not like
Yeah,
from a fear response. Like I
I
know that
know.
like if something's real, it's like a kind of a thing that happens sometimes to let me know that it's a legitimate thing I'm experiencing. And I've actually found other people that happens to too, where their eyes tear up if like with stuff like this, and it just did. That's interesting. Do it again. Ha.
Okay. That the same one or a different
Yeah.
one?
Say one.
Okay.
I gotta hear it again. It's
Okay.
fucked up.
Hail snake, hail snake, hail snake, hail snake, hail snake. So she obviously like we were talking about something, and this voice is not any one of our voices, and she repeats the clip. And I wish sometimes her clips were a little bit longer so you could hear kind of like what we were talking about, and then this voice just like interrupting. But she likes to just make it simple for people, so it's like help me, help me, help me, and then she slows it down at the end so you could actually hear that it's saying help me.
Yeah. No, that was
Yeah,
very, very clear.
very clear. And she is known in the paranormal world for getting Class A EVPs. That is her specialty. She calls herself an empath. But her gift is capturing EVPs, especially of children. Um,
Wow. They just like her. They gravitate
they just
towards her,
like her.
huh?
Yeah, they just like her.
Ooh, yeah.
Um,
Play some more. I'm down. If you want to keep going, I think this is super interesting. And these are ones that you were at, so that makes it extra
yeah,
special.
yeah. But again, I haven't listened to these things in so many years, so I'm just like, oh, this is exciting too. Okay, so
Totally.
this was Lincoln Theater in 2009. This was in Lincoln Theater is in Encinitas. So this was another Class A EVP obtained during an investigation. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. No, I was not there, and this is not. This is in Decatur, Illinois. Wrong theater. Okay, so she says you'll hear Nicole, which is the person capturing the EVPs, the investigator, and she says, "What are you going to perform tonight? What are you getting ready for?" And that's all I'm going to say. So that's when you hear that's Nicole. So you guys just listen up and
Okay.
hear. Okay, here we go.
What are you going to perform tonight? Magic. What are you getting ready for? What are you going to perform tonight? Magic. What are you getting ready for? Magic. Magic. Magic.
Wow, that was so fucking clear.
Hmm.
He's
And
like,
that's what a
magic,
Class A.
obviously.
Yeah, yeah, that's a Class A EVP. So,
That
yeah,
was really good.
yeah.
That's hard to believe that wasn't somebody physically there actually
I
saying
know,
that.
and it's really hard to show these things to people when you know for a fact it was just you. Like, let's say it was like me and her in the room, two women. That's a guy's voice.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
male voice. So like no matter how many times we're like, no, it was just us in the room and I wasn't talking, she was asking the questions. Like to a skeptic, they're not gonna believe it. They're just gonna be like, no, no, that was someone's voice. You know, there's nothing you can do unless you also have video there, but it could be someone off camera. So it's just
Wow.
hard.
No,
Yeah,
I trust ya. I
yeah.
trust ya. Ooh. Wow, that was pretty good. Magic. Tavia says that would be me as a ghost. Totally, it would. It would totally would. What are you doing? Magic.
Yeah.
For sure. Wow. What else you got?
Let, let me see. Let me see.
Having a great time.
Okay, so this is at the Rancho Buena Vista Adobe, which we used to conduct tours there, like historical tours, and another tour called Spirits of the Adobe. So this was a spirit box session. So you'll hear the kind of like scanning through the radio stations. Um, Nicole is again conducting the session, and she asks, "Besides us, how many of you are here with us?" And so let's hear what the response is.
Okay.
Or besides us here, how many of you are with us? Great. Thank you.
Trace. In Spanish.
Um,
Is what it sounds like. Sounds like Trace.
I heard it could be. I heard drink drink kind of a kind of a sound. But again, this
Okay.
this voice is coming through the radio that the scanner that's like which is making that sound. Um, yeah. So
Yeah, interesting. Well, it's in an Adobe place, which would make sense that there
right,
was
right, exactly,
a lot of. I mean, there's a lot of Mexican stuff in that area, so that would
totally.
totally make sense. Trace, Trace. Interesting. So three of them.
Okay, here's another one at the USS Hornet. We had a contact who was in charge of the San Diego Maritime Museum and gave us access to these places. The San Diego Maritime Museum, which is like consists of like the Midway, the Star of India, all of those boats that on the water, they don't recognize and don't want to say that their vessels are haunted. But anybody that works there, they're obviously not allowed to talk about it. But anyone that works there, if you get them on the right day, they will talk about it. So anyway, so we were on
Okay.
the USS Hornet. Oh no, no, this was an earlier one. No, this is a recent one. So no, I was not there. Okay, so this is. I'll just play it, and then you guys listen. Here we go.
Okay.
No, it has to be number three. Seriously?
The ghost dog.
A dog? That's
Oh.
Stella.
Yeah, so
So the
that's supposed to be Stella the ghost dog. Is that
yeah,
bark
you
and the
can hear
moan
that.
sound?
Burp, burp, burp.
Yeah.
Okay, that was pretty far. It sounds like it was far away or just real quiet.
Right.
But you could tell it did sound like a dog bark.
Um,
Interesting. Joe,
yeah.
half Mexican, don't kill me. Wow, I'm
This is
loving this.
another. Yeah, this is
This is
another
so
one
good.
at the. Can people hear it? Are you guys listening? Can you hear that?
I think everybody can.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I think
Okay,
so.
cool. I'm gonna play another one from the Rancho Buena Vista Adobe.
Maria Antonia, is this you?
I was just gonna say Antonia. I don't know.
Did you hear that yes out
Yeah.
there?
Mm-hmm.
It was like, yes.
I can't decipher that.
It sounds it sounds clear on my end, but yeah, I don't know. It's and then again, you have to like kind of not try not to hear all that kind of shuffling of the radio station sound.
What did it say? What
Um,
did you hear that it said?
it said yes. Look, I'll play it again.
Okay.
So they're asking the woman's name is Maria Antonia, and they're asking her something, and then there's an affirmative response.
Maria Antonia, is this you?
I was just gonna say Antonia. I don't know.
Did you hear that yes out
Yeah.
there?
Mm-hmm.
It was like, yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I guess if your brain is more trained to listen
Right.
through that, I could see how it would be easier to pick that out for sure.
And just so the way that we would be um, the way that we would gather these is whoever was taking the audio would then listen to the evidence, see if there is any evidence. Um, and before telling the group, or whenever we would have an evidence review, that'd be yet another session that we would gather for. We'd all listen to it with noise canceling headphones and write things down and hear write down what we heard. And then once everyone had a turn and was confident that they either heard something or they didn't, and what they heard or didn't, then we would discuss it. So no one was influenced by saying like, "Oh, did you hear this? Say yes," that kind of thing. It was all like we listened to it independently.
That's cool. That's good. So you're not like, "Oh yeah, I totally hear that thing." That's a really cool way to go about it. It seems like you guys were really good at trying to do it scientifically so there wasn't personal uh emotions or anything like that involved or any influence from anybody else. I like that. That's pretty good. Did you ever hear any that you felt like were like scary to you? Like actually scary.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is that all of them were a little bit scary because you're like, shit.
No, fair enough,
And
fair enough. But like
but some of
violent.
them, yeah, yeah, some of them it was rare, but on occasion you'd hear like a kind of an angrier voice. Yeah, and I don't think she posts any of those because that's just it's a little bit creepy.
Roxy
Um,
said you're making her want to be part of a paranormal investigation team so bad. You could
I
do
mean,
it.
do it, do it. Just be careful. There's a lot of people in it for like wrong reasons. There's a lot of ego involved. There's a lot of people that think they're going to be on television, and I think maybe the popularity of that has kind of died out. I think the time for that was probably like 10 years ago. So you might have like more um, sincere people again. But I would say, yeah, definitely check out meetup.com in your area, see if any like ghost groups, and just start that way. But feel people out because there's a lot, and I mean, just from personal experience, there are a lot of weirdos that are
Yeah.
attracted to this, and not all of them are healthy. Some of them are, I don't know what they're looking for. They're really lonely, or they really want to be like, Sylvia Brown or with a Long Island medium or something. And yeah, they're into it for the wrong reasons, and it could be really weird.
Roxy's so sweet. She's just so, so sweet. I think that you would be good because you're all heart. So as far as you like being able to be intuitive, I think she would be very good at that. And it's interesting. I've actually interviewed her dad and her brother, who are both extremely sensitive. They're both of
Very
them are like super sensitive, and she's like, "What the hell? I don't even know what was going on." Like she missed some of it, but I feel like you might have more abilities than you realize that you do. And I think if you really tuned in, Rocks, I think that you could do it. And it might be actually better to not be uber sensitive because it would be more protective layer for you as well.
right.
So I say if you want to do it, freaking do it. I support it.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh man, yeah. And Joe says he wish he was closer because he go ghost hunting. Maybe we should all meet up when COVID isn't such a pain in the ass, and we should all go do some interesting hunts. Because you're in LA right now. We could all
Hmm. To
we could go check it out.
where's that place? Is it Idaho? The Visalia axe murder house?
Oh, the Sally House. Oh my God, no fucking way. No, the Sally House, like Sallie house.
No, no, it's Visalia.
Oh,
Visalia, something like that.
okay. Okay. Because the Sally House is one of the most scary, most fucked up, and aggressive. I don't know if you know the story of Sally House. There's a podcast that I'm a huge fan of, Astonishing Legends. And they did a 3-part show on the Sally House, and it was about 13 hours. And
Oh,
one of the.
I just looked at pictures and totally gave me the chill.
No, it's not good. It is really aggressive. And actually, speaking of EVPs, there's 2 hosts, and one of the hosts was a little bit more, not skeptical, but he was a little bit more like objective about things at first. And this is the one show and one experience that they've had being there that completely shook him. And he was talking about these EVPs throughout the show. He's like, we're going to do the EVP at the end. I'm going to give you all the warnings. If you're sensitive, do not listen to it. If you
Oh my
have
God.
children, do not listen to it. He's like, this is seriously the scariest thing I've ever experienced. And he still references it in like almost every episode after the Sally House. He'll be like that one time at the Sally House. Like it was really
Yeesh.
crazy, super, like very intense activity there. So I would highly recommend if any of you guys are interested and you want to at least hear the story, even if you don't listen to the EVP, which I chose not to. Dusty did. I was like, I can't do it. And he's like, I'll totally do it. And it was just like, he reported back. He's like, I mean, it was pretty fucking scary, but he's like, it wasn't that bad. But for me, who's very sensitive, that's why he was like, warning, if you are sensitive to this kind of stuff, fucking don't do it. So I was like, I'm not gonna
Right.
do it. Even though I'm curious, I'm not gonna do it. So yeah, if anybody wants to check it out, it's Astonishing Legends, and it's Sallie, the Sally House. A lot of people have been physically attacked there. They were doing there was some film crew doing a documentary there, and the film crew got physically attacked as well while they were there, and it's just not good. So yeah, any of you check it out. Check it out on your own time. We're not doing that EVP.
I know. I'm like, I
Not
kind of
good.
want to hear,
Not
but
good.
I kind of don't at all.
That's how I felt. I was like, I really want to, but Scott kept giving like such intense warnings over and over because it was
Right.
towards the end of the whole like literally like 13-hour whole thing, and he said it enough times that I was like, I'm gonna make, well, not make Dusty, but Dusty will do it, and he can report back. And he's like, yeah, you don't want to listen to that. Like, you probably don't want to listen to it. It's really angry sounding. It's not great. Dusty's tough. He's real grounded, so he can like
Right.
listen to that shit and just be like, all right, that was creepy, moving along. But unfortunately, it doesn't have that kind of effect on me. So I just opted out. I opted out. But little
Right.
ghost voices and ghost dog and like magic and even the help me, like, okay, but I don't want to get yelled at by something that sounds like aggressive and
Right.
hateful. Like,
Right.
that's why
Exactly.
I don't think I could do this kind of work. When I was younger, I think that I really wanted to. I really truly, actually, one of my first jobs that I ever wanted to do, I wanted to be a parapsychologist. I was like, I think I want to be a parapsychologist. Like, I want to learn all about it and know about it. And then when I started to have like legit creepy stuff happen, I was like, you know what? I don't need to do that. I think we're not going to do that. That was a cool idea. I'm very interested in it. I'm validated. I'm as validated as I'll ever need to be. So we're just going to go ahead and leave it at that. And my interest is still there, but I don't need to go put myself physically in those places on a consistent basis.
Right.
Um, but are there any more that you have pulled up that you think we should listen to?
Let's see.
Oh, Dusty says it's
Yeah.
no exorcism of Emily Rose. Oh my God. I watched that once and I absolutely wished that I could have not watched it. I tried to erase it from my brain and I threw the DVD away. And then me and Dusty moved in with each other, and he had it too, and it was back in my house. I was like, "Motherfucker, fuck! This is the worst movie. I never want to watch it again." I'm like, if you watch it, just watch it while I'm not around. Do whatever you want, but I'm literally never watching that movie ever again.
That one creeped me out too. It did.
When people start speaking Latin, man, like that's a big no go for me. I'm kind of out when you start speaking crazy Latin, especially in like creepy Latin voices. Like, it's not my jam. But hey, we all have our limits, we all know. Boundaries
Right.
are good. That's my boundary. Please, no angry Latin.
No
Then we're
Latin.
good. Why is it always Latin? Fuck.
I know, right?
It's so scary sounding. Old language. Dusty says he used to fall asleep to that one all the time. He's fucking Ew, waking
Okay.
up to her all jacked on the floor is an exciting situation. Oh, not good. Stop talking about it. I don't want to talk about it. I want to picture it.
Oh my
Dusty.
gosh.
Gosh.
I know, right?
Rude.
Okay. So there is a haunted restaurant. Here's another one. Maybe I just won't introduce it. It's an undisclosed restaurant in Anaheim in 2011.
Okay.
Okay, so here we go.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I can't make out the exact words, but that is definitely a very high pitched voice in the background there. For sure.
So that is a young child. Let me see if anyone has to say something about that one.
Yeah, sounds like a whining kid. By the way, I just want to take like half a second to say, Mike Gallagher, I love you, and I'm so glad that you finally made it into this podcast, and I'm so glad you're enjoying it. I'm so happy to see you. My friend Mike is one of my friends from high school, Nico Dog, 6978. That's one of my most dearest friends from high school in a million years, and I'm so glad he's here. So I just want to say, I
Yay.
love you. Oh, your screen
Okay.
froze right then, Natara? Shit.
Oh no.
I didn't see it. I think it was just hers, but she also has some spooky stuff happening in her house, so it's probably not
It doesn't want to. Yeah.
yeah. Okay,
So,
what do
okay,
you got?
so we were invited to conduct an open night case study of a spiritual active restaurant in Anaheim, California. In this particular audio file, you will hear a young child say what sounds like, I want to go play. Note that this is an EVP, so it wasn't heard by the investigators at the time of the recording. This piece of data correlates to the restaurant's history as a family used to reside on the land in earlier times. So I'm going to
Mm,
play it one more time.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it does sound like a whining, like I want to go play.
So, what's really freaky about that night is we go to the restaurant, we're conducting our investigation, and we hear all this like shuffling. So it's a minimum of 2 people per area, and it's a pretty big restaurant. Like I said, like the description said, it used to be like a family farm or something. So it was like it's a big restaurant. And downstairs is the manager's office where they keep the money for the night and um, like overstock of you know plastic takeout forks and knives and shit like that. So okay, someone said play it again. Okay, so before I go on to the story, I'm
Oh,
gonna play it
I
again.
think you had after he wrote that in
Oh,
in
okay,
the chat.
okay.
Yeah.
Um, so we hear this shuffling, and we were just down there, like checking out the manager's office and that whole kind of storage area. Ugh, yeah, creepy. And then so we're walking up, and we hear the shuffling, and then there was someone on duty there, and I don't remember if it was like one of the owners or a manager or security or somebody. But they're like, "You guys stay where you are. We were just robbed." And we're like, "Wait, what?" So we all have walkie-talkies, and I'm like, "Guys, wherever you are, like, do not move. Police are on their way. The restaurant was just robbed." And everyone's like, "Wait, what?" And I'm like, "We need to get off the walkie-talkies. Like, I don't know if they have a gun or not. It seems like they did. They were armed, whatever." So it was the place was robbed while we while we were there.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't see any of it, and I don't know how
Shit.
it happened, but
Whoa. That is definitely adds a little more element of
what's that
freakiness.
noise?
I was just gonna ask if you guys can hear Zelda snoring.
Oh,
I can
okay.
hear her through my earbuds. Zelda, wake up. Stop snoring. We're doing a show.
I'm like,
Okay.
is someone
Okay.
trying to tell us something?
No,
What?
it's totally Zelda is a loud snorer, and I was like, I wonder if they can hear it, and then you're like, what the fuck is that? It's literally so yeah. Okay, I just woke her up, and she was like, what? And I'm like, shh, shh, no more snoring.
It's
We're,
cute.
we're awake. I pet her belly to keep her awake. Oh man, wow, that's an interesting one. You know,
Yeah.
in Roswell, Georgia, which is an extremely historic old Civil War battleground area. Like General, one of the generals took over the town during the Civil War. There's a lot of really intense history there. There's this one restaurant that is said to be the haunted restaurant in the area. And I believe it was either the night before Halloween or Halloween night. I can't remember exactly. And me and some friends were like, we should totally go to this restaurant. Like we heard it's haunted. Like it's a little pricey, but let's like make a thing and go. And we go to this restaurant, and there was literally no other people in the restaurant besides the workers. There was no other tables sat whatsoever. So we were like, okay, that's kind of awesome. Like, where is everybody? A, but B, like, it's kind of neat because we'll get to like feel the vibes out. And there was the cook who was back in the kitchen, and then there was the one server guy, and We're walking around. He's telling us the history of this building, which was used as a morgue at one point, like
Oh wow.
for a lot of the dead soldiers and such, because they had to do a makeshift morgue. Like there's a lot of history there, and he's showing us around. We left the table and everything, go do our thing. We come back, and all of our credit cards had been sitting on the like a little tablecloth. It was like almost like a big napkin, but he was like set the credit cards down, and he's like, "Yeah, well, I'll go show you this thing real quick." When we come back, and all of the shit was on the floor, like somebody had like pulled the napkin, and all the cards flew around. And the guy's face, the server's face, he was like, I didn't do that. And I'm like, well, we know you didn't do that. You were with us. I'm like, would the cook do that? He's like, the cook is literally like cleaning the kitchen right now. Like, there's nobody else here. And we had been like talking about all this ghosty stuff. And we're welcoming an experience at this like old, historic, creepy ass place on Halloween. And we had that situation. So I wonder what we would have heard if we did have EVPs going. I wonder what kind of more insight we would have got
Right.
from that. But it was pretty interesting where we were like, okay, it didn't just like fall off of the thing, like somebody yanked it off and they were just like, psh. It's kind of cool. So speaking of haunted, restaurants, it was pretty cool being the only people in there too. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, those are good good EVPs. Was there any other ones that you wanted to share before we go to the next topic of discussion?
Let's
Because I haven't
see.
forgot about my next topic. I'm ready. Oh, we're gonna try Zener cards too for a hot second.
Okay.
Zelda's laying on them right now. She was just putting her energy into them for you.
Yay. Okay, let me look. Uh, okay, here's one. So I'm gonna play it, and then I'll describe it, and then I'll play it again.
Okay.
Here we go.
And my purse was tugged behind me, and there was no one behind me. So,
There are people doing strange things. There are people doing strange
That one's not so clear.
Yeah, I couldn't
Um,
make it out.
there's a very whisper, small voice after the guy says, um, Nicole says, when my purse was tugged and there was no one behind me, and the tour guy immediately says, so there are people do experience dot dot dot, and then the voice comes in. What investigators thought the voice was saying is, I'm down here. So I'll play
Okay.
it one more time.
Okay.
and my purse was tugged behind me, and there was no one behind me. So,
There are people doing strange things. There are people doing strange things.
Okay. Okay. I can hear it. But after hearing it a few times, I feel like I can
Right.
kind of sift through some of the extra noise. I'm down
And
here. Oh.
yeah, and even if it's not saying exactly that, the point is there was a voice there that like didn't belong to the humans.
Yeah.
So like regardless of what it's
Yeah.
saying, there's a voice that's being recorded.
Absolutely. Made Tavia feel sad. She's pretty empathetic to stuff that
Yeah.
would make her sad.
Yeah, some of them can be kind of a lot, but yeah, on that note, shall we
Those are
move on?
awesome. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna do a couple Zener cards, and then I'm gonna ask you about your
Okay.
faxing downloading situation, and we're gonna
Okay.
talk about some extraterrestrials. Okay, so I'm not sure how long the delay is in chat, so I'm gonna start counting. Um, let's see. I'm gonna pick one person in chat. Let's say, uh, okay, Roxy, you're the last person to comment. So right now, type number one into the chat. One, two, Ten, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
I think that's too
16. She
long.
did
Oh,
16. Yeah, it was 16 seconds. That's a pretty long thing. Okay, well you know what? I'm gonna give it a go. I'm gonna hold it up for a good few seconds though. And we're gonna see what happens. And this is in no way to like prove or disprove your abilities, but it's gonna be a very fun exercise from elsewhere.
okay.
So for those of you that are not familiar with the Zener cards, let me show you the box here. These have been used to test psychic ability for a very long time. Um, you've probably seen them on shows or movies or whatever. So we've got the plus, the square, the circle, the star, and the wavy lines. Oh, you got it at 5 seconds? Interesting. Okay, well we'll give it a good solid 10 or so seconds. So I'm gonna have you close your eyes
Okay.
and I'm gonna shuffle, and I want everybody in the chat to take a moment and to try to zone in to Delia's energy right now. We are going to attempt to send her these pictures in her mind. So, okay, I just shuffled the deck. And then chat. This is what we've got. So let's send it to Del. Let's give it about a good probably 10 or so seconds where we're sending it out. Okay, Del, what do you see?
Wavy lines.
Okay, we got another one. Did you see it?
No.
Okay.
Um, a diamond.
Okay. Okay. We got another one coming up.
Circle.
Okay, we got another one.
What was that?
That was Tavia upstairs laughing
Oh,
very loudly. That you could hear her all the way down here. Oh, okay, we got another one.
um, oh man. I'm just seeing a straight line, but I know that's not like part of it. But I see a straight line.
Okay, clear your palette for a second. Okay.
Square.
Okay, we're gonna do one more.
Okay. Circle.
Okay. Okay, open your eyes. So
Ah,
we did 5,
okay.
and the first 3 you absolutely nailed immediately. I think at the end, which happens to all of us, we start overthinking it a little bit. But
Right.
I will say that first one, wavy lines,
Right
you
on.
didn't even waver. This one was interesting.
I didn't waver.
You didn't waver. The square, I was holding a little bit at an angle, which is kind of funny because it's a square, but you said diamond. And I was just, it was tilted just a little bit.
Oh, right
So
on.
I gave it to you because I'm not going to be like, it's not a diamond, it's a square, because it pretty much is a diamond on its side. So
Right
that
on.
was pretty fucking good. And then the circle, you fucking nailed it. So when you said you saw straight lines, but that wasn't a thing, it was wavy lines.
That.
And
Okay.
in my mind, I kept saying wavy lines. So I think like the line
Line. Yeah.
was prominent to you, and then the last one you thought was circle was the plus.
Got it.
But that was pretty fucking good. Like the first three in a row like that, I am impressed. I think that was really cool.
Okay.
I loved
Very
it.
cool. That was fun. Thank you.
I know. Yeah, you're welcome. That was awesome. Okay, so something that you mentioned earlier that I really genuinely want to know more about, and it's probably different tiers to this answer, but you were talking about how you felt like when you're younger that you kind of were being faxed information. Myself and Tavia have also discussed on our interviews on a couple occasions that we feel like we were kind of born with some downloaded information as well. Stuff that we weren't taught, intuitive stuff. So I'm wondering if, with this situation, with you being given information like this, do you feel like you had a baseline of information and then you kept getting like updates on it? Was it more information coming through? What was the nature of the information, and where do you feel like it came from? I know it's a lot of things.
Yeah, I feel like I had like a baseline of knowledge and openness, and then being supplemented with this information like bits at a time. Where it came from, I knew it was from space, from the ethers. And what I thought when I was little was, um, there are, and again, I was really little, so I didn't have the vocabulary and I couldn't articulate exactly what it was, but in my little kid brain, I felt like just the way there are governments for each country, it did make sense to me that there wasn't like one world government, that all of these presidents from and prime ministers from different countries weren't working together, or at least not part of this bigger governing body. And so that, and whatever bigger part of that body would be, like New World Order or whatever you want to call it. I didn't know any of these terms when I was little. Um, they were held accountable by the governing bodies of other planets or galaxies. And so it was what I believed was, alien life forms. Um, like a group of scientist alien life forms created us as kind of a, or use us as a bit of an experimental, um, design. And that's where the information was coming from.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It was coming from the extraterrestrials direct to you because you're part of this entire experiment, essentially.
Right. Yeah. But I knew it wasn't like, the only one.
Sure.
It was, I knew there were other people. I just, didn't know who or didn't know why. And I also felt like I was kind of placed in my family. So I've always felt very different than them. And I felt like my real family, uh, was not necessarily like from the moon, but that was the closest station for us to communicate, was them being on the moon. That was the closest place to me they could be.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. Like your real family, like the ones that
Yeah.
you were connected with.
Right. 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 Like my
Which
Definitely.
And these were the beings, like the beings from
Yes.
elsewhere, so that you are not necessarily you're in a human body, but that you are not human essence, is what you were kind
Right.
of
And
being told.
right. And the challenge was to be here in this body, in this life with this family, because it was something that I needed to do for them.
For
And so
them, that's interesting.
something that I didn't realize until I was older, but there's the star seeds. Are you familiar with the star seeds?
I am.
Yeah. Okay, so I didn't know anything about them until I was about 25 or so.
Do you want to say
And
real quick, just so anybody that's in chat that doesn't know, just a real quick
so starseeds are
thing?
people that believe they are of extraterrestrial ancestry and come from other places and were placed here on Earth um, with specific tasks to do and to complete. The interesting thing about starseeds is uh, people that are starseeds usually have an understanding that they're different when they're little and come into this life as with an agreement. It's very common for starseeds to believe they sign some kind of contract or some kind of agreement to, yeah, to come into this life. And I never really discussed it with anyone until I met these people when I was about 25. I maybe said it once or twice here or there, but it was like I knew it sounded weird, first of all. But I've known since I was little there was a contract to fulfill um, in this life, and if at any point I deviated from that, it was like you got to start over, like reset, you got to start over. And yeah, it's just interesting. The different star seeds have different things in their contract, but it's like there is an agreement to be in this life. Like you agreed to come here, you made the choice, and here you are, and you're here to essentially help people or humankind to elevate to some other, I don't know, level or something.
Do you know what your details of that contract are at this point?
Yeah, for sure. And I've gotten some more information as I've gotten older, and I think what I've come to realize is like I made those agreements so that I could guarantee that I went through the first part of my life in a certain way. So first and foremost, rule number one: you absolutely cannot kill yourself. Suicide is not an option in this. Not an option.
It's a
Number
good rule.
two, yeah. Number two, uh, no procreation. So that switched because I had this. This was about maybe 5 years ago or so. I had this dream where I was like, I don't remember the details of the dream, but anyway, I was left with a very clear understanding that I didn't quite understand the stipulation of that rule. And it wasn't ever, it was before I could heal the people I came to heal. Um,
Okay. Because you need to
so,
focus your attention on them and not direct your attention elsewhere.
right, right.
Okay.
And so that was that. And I met with a woman who called herself a alien channeler. And the way that I came across her was totally like Celestine Prophecy. It was a totally weird situation. I was looking on Facebook events or something like that. And like one thing led me to another. And next thing I know, it's like she's going to be in town. It was in Amsterdam. She's going to be in town. She's at a bookstore in like 2 hours. I got to like send some
Oh,
money
wow.
to her for the ticket and see if I can be a part of this thing. So I was the last person to get a ticket. It was a very small event. She went into this like total trance and communicated. And I asked her, a very simple question. I forget exactly how I worded it, but the basics. basis of it was, um, is it possible that I misinterpreted or misunderstood part of my assignment and part of my contract, and like, is it possible that it has shifted? And I was the only, or like it has evolved, and I was the only person in the group, which was maybe about 20 people, that got a one word answer. Everyone else, she went into this like whole explanation, and she like did this series of clicks with her mouth and like moved in this weird way, and she's like, yes, and she moved on, and I was like,
Wow. Okay. Okay.
I was like, okay, but I wanted more. I really just
Sure.
wanted a lot more from her, but that's what it was. That's exactly what it was. And I thought, okay, well now I can be open to the idea, not necessarily that I wanted to go down that route, but I'm open to the idea. Um, and the third rule is which I misunderstood it also when I was little, but I learned that on my own. It was using my voice, and when I was younger, I thought it was singing. So I focused a lot of my life on like singing and being on stage and all that kind of stuff. But I realized that like your voice is not like literally your voice singing. You know what I mean? Like I'm also a really great writer, and like using that as a medium, and public speaking and those kind of things. So I realized that voice comes in many different uh, forms, and
But
so
maybe
that's
to always speak your truth and to share the knowledge that you have. That's a good way of
right,
using your voice as well.
right.
But
So
singing is
that's
also lovely. So that's cute that as a kid you were like, I'm supposed to use my voice like Ariel, I'm going to
right,
sing. Which is awesome.
exactly,
And maybe at that time that was a really wonderful and like healing and good thing for you. And I'm sure there's a lot of good to come out of that, but that's interesting that it evolved later where you're like, oh,
right.
that's not what that meant. Okay.
Right. And that's
Reevaluating.
maybe what it meant for then in my kind of kid brain. That's how I needed to understand it. But as I evolved and got like more information, it became clear that yeah, like it just became clear that I didn't quite see the nuances of all of that because I've like reached a whole new level of understanding.
Which
So
how did you get given this information though? Was it through your dream world, which was very intense at the time? Was it through your waking life? Like, where
the
did you feel like it
contract,
came?
mhm.
Yeah. Nice.
um, when I was little, just a knowing. I don't remember a time where I didn't know that those were the rules.
That
Even as
totally
a
makes
little
sense.
little kid,
Yeah.
it's like I knew I came here for a reason. So when I found the Star Seeds group again through another meetup group, um, this one particular girl that was running the group, just coming into contact with her changed my entire life. It really did change my entire life. Um, and yeah, I didn't know anything about Star Seeds really. I just saw that she had a little um, like alien kind of avatar type thing on her profile, and I thought, okay, this sounds interesting. And I kind of read up a little bit on it, and I thought, oh, that sounds interesting. I'll go. And I went, and they had their first meeting at the Kava Lounge again in San Diego. And yeah, I went, drank tea with them, hung out, and was like, I have found my freaky people. This is really weird. It's really
So they
weird.
had similar type of things to you, where they came into this world understanding these things as well.
Hmm.
Were the rules the same for them, or were they different rules?
Um, Different rules, but the girl that I had met that was in charge of the group at the time, um, she had a similar rule about not procreating either, no reproduction. And she later, which is really interesting, is later came to understand that as like being something else. I forget exactly what her thing was. And then years later, she ended up having a kid, and her, I mean, you see her daughter, it looks like a total Atlantean type. it,
Interesting.
yeah, really, really bizarre situation. But and she had to, she had a kid later in life as well. Um, yeah. So
So
yeah.
your
So that was
connection with these beings, have you been able to decipher which species specifically that you
no,
are
no,
resonated
and I
to?
have no memory or no understanding of like what they even look like. Um, I know as a kid I was more in tune to that, and just as I've gotten older and been more earthbound, as I call it, like my energy, my focus isn't there, and I know that as a kid it really helped me to kind of navigate through what I was going through and to understand. But now I really see my path as like being here and really focusing on the last part of my journey, which is using my voice to do something to to make some kind of a difference.
Yeah. Wow. That's it's really interesting. Um, so with your downloaded information that you had with this contract and all of that, did you get updates throughout time? Did you learn more very specific, straightforward information as you grew and as you evolved? Did they feel like you were ready for more insight on things? Or was that just kind of, that was it?
Um,
You just know you're not from here and you know what you can do and not do, and that's all you got.
yeah, that and along with like the gifts of like lucid dreaming and astral projection and like the auras and all of that kind of stuff. Um, so I was just given that information, but again, because I didn't have the vocabulary and I was little and there was no internet and I didn't know how to navigate any of that, it took me a long time to find people. Like whenever I would talk to anyone that was slightly interested in any kind of extraterrestrial type stuff, or even like ghost type stuff, and I would talk to them about the other one. It was like, no, 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 those people are crazy. It's the ghost people are crazy, the alien people are crazy, and whatever. And it
That's so
wasn't
funny to
until
me.
I know, I know,
Huh.
and it used to really be very segregated in that way, which is really weird, but that's just kind of how it was. Um, and it wasn't until I met a couple in Kentucky. I was there for a paranormal conference convention, and actually to, and we also went to investigate Waverly Hills, which I don't know if anybody's familiar with that. It's an old tuberculosis sanatorium that had like over like 60,000 people die in it or something, and it's crazy. Um, so anyway, during this paranormal convention, I'm talking to. This was like way before a lot of those like Discovery Show, Ghost Show kind of things. Um, So a lot of these people are just like nerds working in the garage, building microphones and devices, um, like prototypes to see, what might work to be able to capture certain voices or whatever. And I met this couple who somehow we started talking, and I don't remember what it was about, but they had like an internet radio show or something, and the husband starts saying, talking to me about like ghosts and aliens, and I was like you talk about both of those things? That's new. And he's like, well, they're like interdimensional beings. They're travelers. And I was like, wait, what? And that was like the validation I needed. I'm like, okay, I'm on the right path. Like, there's
Yeah.
obviously more people that understand that, and they're out here. So,
My whole household, that's how we view it as well, that it's probably all part of the same kind of thing. It's all interdimensional one way or another. I think some of the ghosts are people, actual people who lived, who for whatever reason haven't moved on, but it is still interdimensional. And then I think that some of the things that we do see and experience that can't be explained could very well be extraterrestrial in origin. And I mean, there's, also some of the dark things that we've seen, the dark shadows and all that stuff. Like, I think that's from a whole other region as well, but I think it's all interdimensional. So that I find it interesting that there was this like disconnect between the ghost people and the alien people because it
Hmm.
doesn't have to be one or the other. It actually makes
Right.
so much more sense that it's all of it. And some of these things are like, residual hauntings where it's just like this energy that's imprinted just replaying. That's not actually a ghost. So that's its own awesome paranormal thing. But I think discrediting any of it specifically doesn't really do justice to it. So I'm glad that you ended up finding the a person and a group out of it where they were like, no, it is all part of the same big story. That's
Right.
cool.
Right. And years later, after that, I ended up doing a presentation with I think it was San Diego Paranormal Research Society, actually. We ended up doing a presentation at a MUFON group, and it was all these like old scientists. They got together at a Sizzler in like Kearney Mesa or somewhere,
The Sizzler.
and and like the banquet room, and we did a presentation about our investigations and like evidence that we had collected, and these old dudes were like, you guys are full of crap, that's not real, this is real. And it was that same mentality of like, I was a pilot, I know what I saw, blah blah blah, ghosts, that's fooey. It was really really interesting that that was the mentality, because I'm like, okay, I didn't make that up, that was for real, there was a time where that was very segregated in that way.
That's so interesting.
Yeah.
If you're open to things that are beyond our scope of what we can see, why would you not entertain the idea that there
I
are,
know.
you know, there's more than meets the eye? And nobody knows what that is. So to just completely dismiss something is, I think, silly at that point.
Yeah, and I think the reasoning was just like, we can't like prove what happens after death, but definitely there's life. There's like more likely than not, there's life out there beyond our.
Okay, all right. When you put it like that, I guess I can see how people can go that direction. That makes
Right,
sense.
right.
Real quick, Tavia tried very hard to put a comment in there,
Oh,
failed, fixed it, and yeah, she has some personal experiences that sound similar to yours. So I think she's really interested. That she said, "Do you speak with them directly? If so, is it summoned or asked for? Does it present itself randomly, like requiring you to put it together like a puzzle?"
and speak with them, meaning
The
who?
extraterrestrials.
Oh, when I was younger, yes. Yeah, I haven't really made it a point to commune with them in any way in a very long time. I feel like I don't need their help so much. Summoned and asked for, yes, at times, and other times not, where it felt kind of intrusive and scary. Um, so yeah, and I wouldn't say randomly, because I don't think that I just don't think these things happen randomly. It takes a lot of energy to travel and to communicate, and I don't think that for both parties, for all parties, and I don't think that that was random. But
Sure. So how did
um,
they present themselves? Was it in waking life or dream world, astral,
um,
or
kind of
psychedelics?
kind of both, in terms of like waking life and dream, but for the most part waking. I have seen several things that I mean, they are UFOs, they're totally unidentified objects. I mean, nothing that we know what it would be. Maybe a military thing, sure, maybe, but it's definitely unidentified. And I remember this one time specifically. There's quite a few times that I saw things that are just, I just can't explain them, um, in terms of like flying objects. But one time specifically, I was probably about 18. I was driving back to my boyfriend's house. It was late at night, and I had this like overwhelming feeling to communicate. And I was very sad. I was a very depressed teenager, and I felt very lonely. And well, maybe not lonely, but I definitely felt very alone. And I remember looking up at the sky, like saying, just if you're there, please just let me know. Like I just don't want this feeling, just let me know that you're there. And just like that, this thing appeared in the sky that was the best way I can describe it is like a bruise in the sky. It was,
Interesting.
uh, it had no like real form. It was like, how can I explain it? Like a bruise, um, like watercolor. You take watercolor to paper and it just like, and you kind of like saturate it and it just like spreads out.
Sure.
And you can tell that it's like a blob, but there's like no real
So like a
definition
cloaked,
to it.
something was kind of cloaked,
Yeah,
is what
the
you could
moon
see.
was,
Okay.
yeah, and the moon was very, very bright that night. So the sky looked like a dark blue, but it was like blue blue. And then this bruise, it looked like a blue black, just kind of hovering. And I remember thinking, what the fuck is that? So and the streets here in San Fernando Valley, I mean, at least before this was, over 20 years ago, so a lot less people. These are very, very wide streets. Um, so I'm driving and I'm like looking at it and kind of driving like this because I'm just like trying to not let this thing out of my sight. And no one's on the street. And I thought, I'm going to follow it. Like, I am going to get as close to this thing as I possibly can. So I'm like, made a sharp turn into this residential street and I'm like looking at it and I'm thinking, like, I see you. I see you. Thank you for seeing me. I felt this like really close connection. But I felt close, but like I was being observed, definitely. Like, like
It
we are
was
looking
directly in
for.
response to you saying, please
Yeah,
show yourself to me.
yeah.
Interesting.
And um, yeah, I'm following it, and there was a big tree, a huge tree in the way, and I thought, let me just like speed up to get around this tree so I could like in the field of vision. And I did, and as I passed the tree and got to the other side, it was gone. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding. So I just like slammed on the brakes and like got out of the car and I'm looking around and it was gone. And it
Did you
left
get any
me.
messages during that time? Like, were you receiving anything from them?
No, the message was, we hear you, we see you. That's what I was asking for. I'm like, I just want to know that I'm not alone and that you can hear me. And like, if anybody's there, just please make yourself known. And that's all it was. And as soon as I didn't see it anymore, I was pretty upset and just went back to feeling like, fuck, that was, first of all, that was crazy. Second, like, I'm alone again. But then also, like, I don't know how would I have gotten any closer to it? Like, I was just, it's like trying to chase the moon, It's, you're not going to get any closer to it.
Yeah.
So,
But that's
I
cool
don't,
that you were showing that you were reacting to it. So if they're like, hey, you asked for this, here we are. And rather than you cower in fear and run away, the fact that you were going towards them, if they were actually hearing you and listening to you, then that's cool. They're like, okay, she's on the team. She's not coming out of fear. She is genuinely interested in wanting to communicate. So it
right,
probably keeps those channels open.
right. And during that time in my life, that was a very, like, alien-y kind of period, and not all of it was great. Some experiences were downright scary.
Do you want
But
to share any of those?
yeah, so
Only
this
if you
was,
want to. If it's
no,
sensitive
totally,
and okay.
no, totally. So one of something that was happening happening kind of on a regular basis. I mean, like several times a week for a while, maybe a few months. I had television in my bedroom. I'd moved in with my mom's boyfriend, um, and my room was like upstairs, but closest to the street. and their room was upstairs, but in the back of the house. And there was a room between us, so yeah, it was pretty quiet at night. So anyway, I moved the television up there, and sometimes I'd watch TV before going to sleep because I remember I used to do night school, and I danced a lot, so I would come home late and then go to my boyfriend's house, and I was always home about like 11 or 12 at night, watch a couple hours of TV, and then go to sleep. Um, but this thing started happening regularly where I would get sleep paralysis, and I would wake up either or like notice that I was having sleep paralysis, like on kind of on the side, and I was usually facing the television. The television had a little red dot that showed that it was off, and when it was on, there was a green dot. But it was solid. It never blinked. The only time it turned on and off, like, was when the red was turning off to turn into green. It wasn't like it was flickering in any way. But during these sleep paralysis moments, it would flicker, and it would flicker red. And on occasion, it was flickering green, but the screen was off. And all I could do was like stare at this light. And it was like, I think the best way I could describe it is like almost a distraction, because it felt like things were coming in through the wall. So I'm like this, looking at the screen, and all I can see, I couldn't even move my eyes. All I could see was that flickering little light, but I could sense that these like things were coming in through the wall and getting closer, and it would put me in such a panic. So eventually, what I started doing is unplugging the television, but the light would still
Wow.
flicker. Yeah,
No, it would not.
yeah,
When it was unplugged and it was
yes,
not on when you went to sleep and then you'd wake
no,
up in the state and it was like a focal point hypnotic type of
yeah,
thing that you
yeah.
oh.
And it wasn't like at first I just felt like I sensed these presences in the room. But, and I know that's pretty common with sleep paralysis. Um, but like in my mind's eye, I started to like see the shapes. I don't know if I really was, because I'm like staring at this thing. So I don't know if what I was seeing over here was like actually what I was seeing, or if it was just what I was sensing. Um, but it really started to kind of freak me out a lot. Like I'm having either way too much connection, or I'm way too open to this, or something. And during that time, I saw a few more things in the sky that was they were very weird, very weird. One of them was at this abandoned, what we used to call here in the valley, like as an urban legend, it was an abandoned mental institution, which it wasn't. It was an abandoned tuberculosis hospital, but it was like an old house that was turned into a hospital. So they probably had like no more than 15 rooms or something. But when I used to go, um, it's like the hospital just shut down, and they didn't take anything with them. So, and it was like vandalized because kids would use it to smoke pot and drink beer and all that, and like graffiti inside. But all of the records were still there, including like blood samples and the beds
No
and certain.
fucking way.
Yeah, it was weird, like legit blood samples, like slides with blood, um, and various machines. And then you go down to the basement, and the basement was fucking tripping. I have VHS, those little mini VHS videos of it somewhere. I have them in my closet, and I just need a damn VHS player, a VCR.
I got one.
Um,
Come
oh,
visit me. Pop it right
there
in.
you go. Oh yeah. I also have video of us going to that abandoned Air Force Base or whatever in Laguna Hills,
Uh-huh. Where
Laguna
that
Mountain.
weird blood spot was and we fucking
Yes,
freaked out and left.
yes.
You
I
have
have video
video
of
of
that too.
that. No
Yeah,
shit. I would
yeah,
love to see that sometime. That
yeah.
place was really cool.
Very
It was
cool.
really weird.
Um, okay, so I have video of this place, and it's like I snuck into the bottom basement a couple times, and like there were like these cages. Ah, it's just so creepy. These like cages that had like a toilet and a sink. So I'm like, for sure there was someone in these cages, The place was just creepy. I never got any real understanding of what really went down there. It was just creepy. Ugh. Um, so one day I had been going there kind of often, and I would tell my mom like, um, "Is it legal?" I mean, no, but a lot of hospitals did that during the Reagan era. Just up and left. They literally just closed their doors, and that's why like a lot of the mental institutions or insane asylums, as they were called, on the East Coast were just like a hot spot for teenagers because they would go and like ransack these things. But no, it's not legal. I don't know when the patient privacy thing came into
Yeah,
play,
that's
but
crazy, especially the records. Like all of those records. That's
no,
that's
people
intense.
literally just lost their jobs. The hospital closed from one day to the next, so they just boarded up the windows and locked everything.
Holy shit.
That's just how it was. And a lot of these places, like this place in particular,
What was it
didn't
called
get
again?
it, the place that I went to here.
Yeah.
It was called Olive View Hospital. Now it's like an actual hospital about like a mile away. But the original Olive View Hospital was just like a little thing that apparently got, I think it got wrecked during some earthquake in the 70s maybe or something, and then a fire, whatever. Um, but there's not much information on it, and I haven't looked in many years. But back then, this was like the late 90s, right? So nobody was really using the internet. Um, and I didn't know, I didn't even use the internet until I was like 22. I was like, I don't need that shit. I'm having a good
Yeah.
time with my friends. But it just
Totally.
wasn't, I thought it was like a fad. I really didn't understand it, and I never used it. Um, so I knew about this place like as an urban legend, and I would go up there with just like my flashlight. I didn't even have a cell phone or anything like that, or a pager. um, so I would tell my mom like, "Oh, we're gonna go again," and she'd always be like, "Oh, you gotta be careful. There could be weirdos, blah blah blah." But she knew that I was going with some friends. And this place, like, you gotta park in the street, and then um, walk about a quarter mile up into the hills, and then it was there, and it was like fenced off, so they tried to protect it in some way, like to discourage people from coming in, but obviously people had fence cutters, so they're like
Sure.
they made a huge hole, and all you had to do was like lift it up where they like folded overlap the fence pieces, so you just have to like lift it and go in. um, so that's how we got in, but
Sounds so cool.
yeah, I know it was
Sounds
fun.
really neat.
Those days were cool. I mean, now there's like cops and video everywhere. Like nobody had a video camera, security camera back
Yeah,
then.
for sure.
Um, or like uh, what are those, the like night vision cameras, or like none of that was going on back
Totally.
then.
Old
So
school.
yeah, so we had a lot of freedom to do a lot of things. So we're walking down. We had this like experience there, like, oh man, that was crazy. Not like any kind of real paranormal experience, but more just like a creepy feeling. Like, oh, that was crazy. That was crazy. We're kind of talking about it, and again, it's like a quarter mile from, maybe even a little bit more, from the abandoned hospital to the street, and then we had to walk to our car. About halfway down, or maybe a little bit more than halfway down the hill, I'm like, I gotta tie my shoe. And I said it. I said, I have to tie my shoe. And I'm tying my shoe, and this kind of like overwhelming quietness just came over the whole area. And I looked up, and all I remember saying was like, you guys look up, what the fuck is that? And there was this, what appeared to me then, I was like 17 or 18, what appeared to me then as a huge ship of some sort, in kind of a triangular shape like that, like just huge, enormous, flying over us. And
Oh
as it
my
was going over
goodness.
us, like it just, nobody said anything. Everyone was just like looking up. There was four of us. It was me and three other girls, and we're looking up, and it just slowly moved over us, and we just continued to watch it. We just continued to watch it as it like went over like the horizon and like above the city. And once it was gone, I'm like, "Did you guys see that?" And they're like, "Yeah." We
Did it
didn't
have
see any.
lights on it, or was it just the blackness?
It
Was
was
it the amber
blackness,
lights?
but it was like I should probably draw it. It was lights, but they were like equally spaced out, and the lights is what was giving the form of
Yeah.
the triangle.
Were they
Um,
orange, like orange amber lights?
it was like they were like white yellow, but it was more on the white side. But it was more on the white side.
Okay.
And we get into the car, and I'm just like, "You guys, did you experience this? Did you see it?" And like, "Yeah, yeah." That's it. Nobody else talked about it. We ended up going to
What?
play pool. Yeah, we ended up going to play pool later that night, and I tried to bring it up again a couple more times. Nobody really wanted to talk about it. I just left it at that. My cousin was there with me that night. So about some years later, I had already moved to San Diego. I was watching a show called The Unexplained, I think, and they were talking about what they call the pearl necklace UFO, and I don't know what they call it now, but that's what it was called on the show, and it was the same exact formation I had seen. However, instead of it being like one big craft with lights all over it, the people that we're talking to and we're interviewing um, described it as multiple crafts, small crafts flying in formation to form a bigger looking thing. And I
Sure.
thought, now that makes sense. Um, and they called it the pearl necklace UFO. So I'm like, okay.
Interesting.
So soon after that, and again, this was years after, maybe 5, 6 years after. No, 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 not even that long. Like maybe 2 or 3 years after that happened, actually, because I was only like 21, I think. I went to dinner with some cousins, and the cousin that was there that day, um, she went to the dinner, the day of the UFO. She went to the dinner, and so I'm like, hey, as we're eating, we were sitting next to each other. I'm like, I gotta ask you something. Do you remember that time? And I told her, and she's like, yeah. And she really didn't want to talk about it. And I said, instead of describing anything, I just passed a napkin and a pen to her, and I said, can you please just draw what you remember? And she's like, really? And I'm like, please just draw what you remember. Like, what did it look like? And she drew it out, and I'm like, thank you. That's
That was a good scientific way to go about it,
yeah,
rather than did you see da 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 da? Like
yeah,
before I say a thing, tell me.
right.
So she
And it
saw the
was
same thing.
yeah, and it was like years later, and I'm like, isn't that creepy? She goes, yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know what it was. I'm like, well, neither do I, but that's the whole point.
That's what makes it mysterious and creepy is the fact that we
Right.
don't know what it is. Come on.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. Like some people would rather dismiss things rather than having to open up all
Mhm.
of this stuff. Some people are just happier to exist in a more safe world that's
Yeah.
spelled out. And I'm not like that. You're not like that. Like inspired by fucking mystery right here, Like
Right.
it lights me up all of these mysterious things. It's so interesting how people perceive things so completely differently.
Yep. Totally.
But you had that experience and that obviously struck you very distinctly, being able to see that after everything that you had gone through before. Did you feel like that was just like a chance sighting? Like a lot of thousands of other people in the world, or do you feel like it was somehow tuned into you?
I don't know. I mean, I think because that was a time, that was a very kind of period of my life where I was really seeing a lot of those kind of things. I think it was, I think it was just part of it. I think it was something that I needed to see for whatever reason. And what really got me about that experience, though, was the quietness as it was over us. or they were over us, whatever it was how still and quiet everything seemed. It was really bizarre. Like that was eerie.
Like
I
no
was,
crickets, no, like everything just got
it
super
was
still
just,
because
yeah. And it just like floated, just like really slow, like super slow, just floated. And then it
so
like
you
there was
said
a kind
that
of,
before you told the story, you said there was a couple scary experiences. You felt like that was a scary experience, or that was just
no,
an observation?
that was just an observation. The scary
Okay.
one, I think the most scary thing is the flickering TV thing, with the that coming out was really that
No,
was pretty scary. That was
that's
jarring for
spooky. So
sure.
when you would feel them coming through the walls, were you aware of any kind of interactions that was being had, or was it just this feeling? Like, did anything actually scary happen, like where you saw something looking right at you? The figures around the bed, which a lot of people talk about sleep paralysis and seeing these shadowy figures or alien type creatures around you. Did you ever see it?
Yeah, I mean, I that's pretty much all I saw. And to the after that, like I don't know. I don't know if I blocked it out. I don't know if that's where it ended. That's all I could manage to remember was just that. Oh, wait, there was
Interesting.
another experience. Okay, I'm like jogging my memory. This was kind of a my brother had just moved in to my mom's boyfriend's house, and he took the middle room, which was empty before he was there. Um, he had moved back into the house, and one night I'm I'm in bed, and I feel this like I don't remember what it was, but I'm trying to remember how I got there. I woke up on the floor next to my bedroom door, like in the stop drop in the earthquake position, that we were
Yeah.
taught, like that.
Yeah. Huh.
And I woke up like that on the floor, like curled up, and the light from the hallway was on. And there was like a crashing sound in the kitchen. It was really bizarre. So I woke up and I'm like, what the fuck? The crashing sound is what like woke me up, and I'm like, I'm on the floor, curled up next to my door. So on my knees, like open the door, and my mom and my brother's running down the stairs with a bat. My mom is like coming out behind him, and then my stepdad is like at the top of the stairs, like, what the fuck is going on? And my brother's yelling like, who's there? What is it? And I'm just like, what the fuck? It was so surreal. It was so surreal, so bizarre. Um,
What did they see?
I nothing. The next morning, and I'm like, well, what's going on? It's like, okay, go back to sleep, go back to sleep. It's nothing. The next morning, or the next day, because I think it was like a weekday. We all had different schedules, but at some point when we were together that next day, I was like, guys, what happened? What was all that noise? Because it was freaky. And my brother's just like, I don't know what the fuck. He goes, but something was downstairs. And like, so my mom had a bag of cans, like of her recycling Diet Coke cans, and they were in a way that they just don't get knocked down. And somehow that bag got knocked down. The cans were all over the floor, and like something else had fallen. And I don't remember what it was, but something else, not fallen, but like was like pushed from the counter. And I don't know what it was, because I didn't go downstairs. But my brother, like it sounded like someone did it. Like we had no pets at the time. There was no one else there. Everyone was upstairs sleeping. It was the middle of the night, and yeah, and my mom and my brother goes with a bat, thinking there's somebody there or something happening. My mom went
Whoa.
behind him to like protect him, and my stepdad stayed upstairs in case anybody needed to be called. And yeah, it was
Wow.
bizarre, but it was like a whole house experience of paranormal, whatever it was. It was
You
like,
waking up on the floor in like a protective position. That's like a protecting yourself
yeah,
position, which is
yeah,
not comforting in any way.
yeah. It was bizarre, And I tried to tell him my experience, but like, in those situations, everybody has like their own experience and like, and my brother
Wow.
also actually he talked about sleep paralysis in that house too, quite a bit. Now that I think about it, yeah. And there was a couple times he
Really
said he was like stuck staring at the wall and like a thing was like poking his head, and he was like feeling like that.
interesting. So
hmm
your brother had it too.
hmm I don't know
Oh,
if he's
Joe,
if
good night. I just saw that you said you were taking off. I am so glad that you were here with us, Joe, because I felt like this was right up your alley. And if you weren't here, I would have messaged you and said you had to go back and check it out. So I'm really glad that you were here. Your insight is fantastic, and I adore you. So good night. Yeah, so interesting. If your brother totally was having similar experiences, I wonder the depth of his experiences. Have you talked to him at length about any of this stuff?
No, no, not at all. He's definitely not one that wants to go into it. Um, I just remember him talking about it when we were living there. And again, it's just like, yeah, 20 years ago. Um, yeah, I remember him talking about it when we were living there, like me, maybe mentioning something, and then him like, yeah, me too, and like, I got stuck, I couldn't move. But it seemed, I remember when he was explaining it to me, it seemed that it was something he hadn't really experienced before because there was actual like fear in his voice, like the sleep paralysis. It
Sure.
wasn't like something that happened regularly. It was like, I don't know what happened. I couldn't move, that kind of thing. Um,
Okay.
yeah, so I don't
That's
know, but
weird.
hmm
Do
and there was
you do you wonder? I mean, I'm sure you wonder. I guess that's not the right question. Do you think that it's possible that you have been abducted at any point, or do you feel like
a
because you are um, connected to that whole extraterrestrial thing that you're kind of safe from that, but just being observed or communicated with?
I don't know if I'd say that I'm safe, but I have no memory, no indication of being abducted. I don't
That's
recall
good.
any kind of like missing time off the top of my head. I don't recall any of that, or like disorientation or anything like that. Um,
Well,
no,
that
I
is
don't.
good because I'm glad to hear you say that because that would be terrifying and probably not recommended
Right,
to have a situation like that. So I'm glad to hear that. But you do feel this overwhelming connection um, to, the people of the stars, which honestly, it seems like there is a whole lot of different kinds, different species. So ones that might just think an alien is an alien, I think is missing some of the details with that one. So a
right,
lot of people do theorize that the grays are kind of the worker bees who are sent here to just kind of take care of business, do the tests on everybody, and then there's a lot of different kinds of beings, and some of them are energy loving beings. So I feel like there's fear surrounding it because what's unknown always seems to cause some kind of fear or apprehension.
right,
But my personal thoughts on it, I do think that there are many different kinds, and some of them probably are, don't have the best intentions. But I think that some of them do. I think that some of them really, truly do have good intentions as far as elevating the perspective of humans and trying to get to a point where they can actually communicate and help us. But as far
right,
as telepathically, a lot of people are not in that state to be able to do that yet. So it almost seems like the good ones are watching and waiting until it's an appropriate time to do it on a mass scale, but it seems like they are approaching certain people, um, some that I know personally, which is very, very, very interesting. But just having some of these experiences, like aliens don't equal abduction. And a lot of people might not, they don't understand that there
right.
could be some really highly like elevated beings trying to communicate or trying to help. So it sounds from your stories that we were telling that it's probably those kind of elevated beings that you come from, that you have been downloaded with this information, and you're here for whatever purpose that was determined by yourself or by them or whatever. But you're here, and it doesn't seem like it's a sinister in nature or anything like that. Like you're part of a higher consciousness, which I think is really special. That's really, really special to know that, to feel that.
Yeah, and I feel like in recent years I haven't been so connected to any of that, but there are moments or like certain dreams where I'm like reminded, definitely reminded. Yeah. There
Do you
was
feel like
actually,
something's missing a little bit?
yeah,
Sorry, you can
sometimes,
continue if you want,
yeah,
but
well, yeah, but I definitely do feel like something's missing. Like there was more of an element of connectedness in the past. And again, I feel very earthbound, and I like that's definitely a phrase that comes to mind because I feel very like here. Like now is a time to be human. Now is a time to be grounded. Now is a time to experience this without all of that. Because I spent a lot of my life being completely involved in anything like paranormal. And that taught me a lot, but it also um, took me away from a lot of just, I guess, human experiences. And um,
sure. It makes a lot of
yeah,
sense.
yeah. So I feel like now is a time to be here and to be present. And I learned a lot of good things from that that I can apply. Um, but so the last big, um, oh wait, hold on a second. My cat's getting into the cupboard with glasses. Okay, all right,
You
he's
need to
down.
get. Speaking of cats, I'm gonna put Zelda down. I think she needs to go down. Okay, you can go down.
Okay, I'll be right back.
So funny. Cat duty. The cats are like, why are you guys not paying attention to me? It's hard not to. They're so fucking cute. Okay,
Okay,
cat's
yeah,
secured.
yeah,
It's so funny.
yeah. That we left a cupboard open with the glasses, and I was just about to jump in there. I'm like, the last thing I need is glasses
Motherfucker.
everywhere.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Not fun.
what was I saying? Oh yeah, so one of the last experiences I can remember, off the top of my head, was about maybe 2015. Um, I had uh, I had a visitor over, and yeah. So how did it start? It was a regular night, going to sleep. I had bought one of those cinnamon brooms from Trader Joe's.
Oh,
Like,
those are the best. I have a million all over my house. They're great.
yeah, I should go get one tomorrow. I had a cinnamon
Yes,
broom,
that's
and it was,
true. It's cinnamon broom time. Home
yeah, it
Depot
is.
has them too.
Oh,
And they have
nice,
little
good.
miniature ones for your car that you can
Oh,
hang from your rear view. They're great.
oh, okay.
Little tiny.
I will have to get one of those. Um, so I got kind of a big one, and I put it up kind of near my doorway, my front door, which is also kind of near my bedroom door. And gone to sleep like normal, but had this dream, out of body experience. I don't know what to call it, but it was definitely an experience. It was fucking bizarre. I think that this was probably the closest thing to abduction I've ever experienced. Whether or not it was like really an abduction, I don't know, but it was definitely like the closest thing. Um, I was sitting in my dream at a party, and I'm talking to people, and it's kind of an outside barbecue type party or something. I don't know if it was a bar or a house or whatever, but I'm outside talking with friends. And all of a sudden, I'm pulled out of my body and like a slingshot, just like grabbed and pulled. And I can see my body still there, but like slowly dissipating. and like my soul or my essence or whatever is being pulled, and then it goes through like the front door of this establishment. And as I'm going through like people and tables and whatever, I could feel like every atom of my being like being fragmented and going through the other mass. It was really bizarre, and it hurt. It hurt. It did. It felt like a lot of pressure. So it's pulling me out through the front door, and as I'm going through the front door, it's like it was like in super slow motion. I can see every single layer of wood in the door, and I'm like, and I could feel it like in my eyes. I can feel it like all over me. The
No way.
pressure, it was fucking insane. It was the pressure of like going through a table, going through a door, going through people. It all felt very different. So pulled me in, and then I'm all of a sudden in the ship, and I'm I don't know who the captain is. I don't know who the people are that are running the thing. There's just I know that there's other people there. They're like humans like me there, and we're all being transported to be used as batteries. Beyond that, I don't know what that means. I don't know if they were
Shut
like
up.
eating us or taking our energy, or I don't know what was going on with that. Um,
Whoa.
so I'm in this ship, and it's almost like a zeppelin kind of a feeling. It's very very big, and it's very empty. It's like a big hangar, like a flying hangar, and I'm like watching the world like just get smaller and smaller outside, but like it was very very bright wherever we were, and I don't remember much more of that part of it, but what I do remember is being in like kind of like the pressure of not being in my own atmosphere, and then all of a sudden getting this really strong smell of cinnamon, like really strong smell of cinnamon. And that's what totally grounded me, and like everything just went in reverse, like and like just started going back, and then I like was thrown back into my body, and everyone's talking like normal, but in my head like 3 4 years had passed, and only about like 20 seconds had passed.
And was this a dream or was this waking life?
I i don't know, this was like a dream, but it felt like if I was
That's
ever abducted, that was the closest thing to abduction I've ever experienced.
absolutely that's really creepy. I mean, the fact that it felt like so much time went by as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, and I was definitely a prisoner. And then I go back to my body, and I'm just like, having like a visible discomfort of like my surroundings and myself, and I'm like touching myself. I'm like, oh my god! And everybody that was at this party is like, "Are you okay? Like, what's going on?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm." I didn't know what to say, and all I kept smelling was this cinnamon, and I'm like, "Where the fuck is this coming from?" Because it totally just like grounded me, and
Interesting.
I woke up flailing like. And then my boyfriend who was sleeping next to me is like, "Oh, are you okay?" And I'm like, oh. It took me such a long time to like to rest in the fact knowing like I'm in my bed, I'm in my house, I'm here. That didn't happen. It gave me such a creepy, weird feeling. And all I could smell for like the next hour was like that super strong smell of cinnamon. So I remember I like asked Facebook, Um, I wonder if I look at Facebook memories, like what about if it's today? I asked that. I
Oh
asked
man, that'd be
Facebook
creepy.
about like, and, any witches or anyone that I know that might know if cinnamon is used as a tool for divination or for grounding or for like dream travels, and nobody had that information for me, so I don't know. I never got that answer,
Interesting.
but
You know what? Tavia might have some insight on that. She's like the little like earth witch, herby lady. Hey Tavia, if you're listening. Tavia, she's upstairs. um, yeah, I would be interested to know. Also, lady, thank you so much for coming. I'm so glad that you enjoyed this. I think this was it was a really good one. So I'm glad that you were here. Sweet dreams to you, my dear. We'll see you soon.
Good night.
Good night. Wow, that's so interesting that that was what it was that grounded you back. I feel like that's a pretty cool and profound thing to keep in your back pocket in case you ever need that. Maybe
Hmm.
for
And I
anything.
just, yeah, I never found out, but it's I'm looking at my Facebook memories. I'm like, oh my God, what if it was just today? That'd be crazy. But no, it wasn't today. Um,
Oh, Tavia, we were wondering. She had an interesting situation with cinnamon, and she was wondering if there is any kind of spiritual properties or anything of cinnamon that is for divination purposes or for interdimensional travel, because that's what grounded her and brought her back to her body after a interdimensional alien experience. So, just
yeah, and I
curious.
wonder, I wonder if that's what like brought me back, but also maybe if that strong smell of cinnamon also helped to like take me, you know? I don't know.
It's cleansing and grounding for sure.
Okay.
Which grounding, I mean, that's pretty
Yeah.
much what it did. That's so interesting.
Yeah, I left that broom up for a very long time, but that feeling of, yeah, of coming back was, it was just so bizarre. It was so absolutely bizarre. So, I mean, that
Wow.
would be the closest thing to an abduction, I think, just because of the way I was literally taken without consent. I was just like, whoa, here we go.
Wow.
But what was really interesting to me was passing through solid objects, like what that looked like, what that felt like.
That
And
is very strange, and that you could feel that, because you'd
mhm,
think if it was your energy essence, I mean, a table shouldn't fucking matter. A door, you shouldn't physically be able to feel anything because you're just energy at that point. But
right,
that's weird. You felt all of that.
yeah,
That raises questions. I have a lot of questions on that
yeah,
specifically. Like, how is that possible? Maybe because you were still like aware of your body so much, so maybe it was like placebo type of thing where you imagine that you couldn't go through a table or a door without feeling it, so your mind
could be
created this feeling,
sensation, yeah.
because that could really make that's so strange. um I've had a couple times where I felt like I was getting pulled out. I never actually fully left, and I definitely did not have an experience in the way that you did. Thank goodness, because that sounds pretty crazy. But it's only happened a couple times, maybe like 4 times or something, and it's been really strange because just sober, completely normal, and I've just had this like weird, like disassociative moment come out of nowhere, and it's absolutely frightening because I feel like part of me is like I'm coming out of my body for no good apparent reason. Like all of a sudden I'm just separating out, and it's really freaky. The first time it ever happened, I was in Hawaii with Greg. We were sitting at a restaurant. We were sitting there at a restaurant, and I all of a sudden was just kind of like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is going on? I was like, am I having a fucking stroke or something like that? Like, what is
Yeah.
happening? And it was really freaky. I got up and I was like, I need to like get up for a second. I need to walk around. So I was like, I'm going to go by the bathroom. And there was all these drawings on uh, the wall of the hallway to go to the bathroom. And I remember looking at these drawings, and I got like wicked deja vu on top of the fact that I was like totally like half somewhere else, and I had no idea what the fuck was going on in that moment. It was really jarring to me, and I kind of came back to the table. I'm like, oh no, dude, I feel like really weird. Like I don't know what is happening, but I feel really strange. Like I feel like half of me is not here right now, and it almost felt like being pulled out.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Like, I think consent is very important. And if something wants to communicate, I would rather have consent with it.
Right. Than not. Yeah.
You know, actually,
Yeah.
a friend of mine passed away a few years ago, and it was right afterwards, and we were sitting here. Me and Dusty were eating dinner, and we were just talking about him. And I was like, man, I just really wonder where he's at right now. I wonder what he's seeing and what he's experiencing at this time. And we are just kind of reminiscing about him, and I just verbalized how I was wondering what it was like, and I immediately started disassociating at the dinner table,
Oh wow.
and I freaked out. And I was like, "Oh shit!" Like, no, 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 no. It's not what I meant. It's not what I meant. I'm open to the information, but not in this way. Like, I'm staying in. And I told Dusty. I looked at Dusty, and I was like, "Holy fuck!" Like, I'm popping out, man. And he's like, "Okay, we got it." He's super grounding, and he was like, "Okay, we're keeping you here." And it was a good long while of me not able to feel like I was fully like back and present in myself. And that's a really crazy feeling to just
Yeah. That's pretty scary.
feel that you're not quite there, but you're there enough to be able to have the conversation. But it's like, it's almost like graying out before you pass out or something like that. It's just that, like, you're not quite there. So that's weird. It's all weird shit. I guess it's better with consent as far as that goes. Like, okay,
Yeah.
maybe I was like, I wonder where Colin's at, but I don't want to go where you are right now. Like, that's not the way to communicate. And maybe it was a like, hey, pop out, come to my level so we can meet in the middle and interact in some kind of way. But
Right.
that's not what I meant. I take it back. I take it back. I'm staying in. Yeah. But yeah, that's definitely a crazy story about you just all of a sudden in this dream just being like zipped away like that and having that kind of experience. Um, Something would tell me that based on the other kind of interactions that you'd had with them, that that was probably a separate species or something to
Could be.
your
Yeah. I don't.
contracted ones.
Yeah. I don't remember having any visuals of them because it was like pulled out from the back, like that kind of feeling. And then when I was like brought back in, it was like from the front, like pushed. Um, I don't. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what that was. I've never experienced anything like that before or since. Um, but I think that was one of the most memorable dreams or experiences I've had in the last several years. That was like pertaining to that kind of creepy stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking A. Okay. So, but your other interactions have pretty much come with just like a knowing type of thing, and
Yeah.
um, the sleep paralysis specifically. You've had those interactions, but what about astral? What about when you're in the astral plane? Have you had any kind of interactions with beings while you're
Not
astral
that
traveling?
not that I can recall. Um, Not that I can recall. For the most
Okay.
part, anything that's coming to mind now has been more like dream works with people, and like I was saying before, um, meeting with friends and doing that kind of stuff, but not that I can recall. Mm-mm.
Okay, well that's pretty cool that you're in like you're a safe, more protected space when you're out of your body, that you feel like comforted in that, and it's not a
Right,
scary that you weren't encountering anything
right, and it's definitely
frightening.
been. I mean, it's definitely been quite a while since I've done anything like that, like astral projection. Um, but
Did you
in
do it
fact,
on purpose? Like as you
sometimes,
grew older, you could be
yeah,
like, okay, I feel like going into this realm. Bam! It wasn't just like surprises all the time.
yeah, I think the.
Oh my God! Hold on. Sorry. Pause 1 second.
Okay.
Natara just said that this is reminding her of Art Bell's Coast to Coast. And I
Oh,
have to
nice.
say that that is the best compliment that I think I ever could have. Thank you for that. He is my hero. God rest his soul wherever he's
Yes,
at.
absolutely.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Please carry on. I just had to like respond to that because that's a big compliment.
I mean, and for whatever reason, that reminded me of that one UFO call where the guy that was like, do you remember that one? And he called and
Like the
he's
one
like,
where he was flipping out.
yeah, 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 that
That's on the
famous call.
Tool album.
I think so. I don't remember, but
I mean, there's been
yes,
a lot of UFO talk on there, but there's the one really famous one where he's saying that the aliens are coming and they're here to invade all of us and all that stuff. They actually put a clip
yeah,
of
but
that
he
on
like
the end of
works
a
for the
Tool.
government, and then
Yeah.
he's yeah, 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 that one, yeah, yeah,
Yep. That's fucked up, man.
so
That's
good.
not a comforting thing. And the
No,
fear in
that
his
is
voice where he's like, like you can hear he's just like really struggling to get it out. So even if that
yeah,
wasn't legitimately like real scenario, like that guy believed it was real. You could hear it.
yeah, exactly. He's a guy that worked at Area 51. Yeah, that every now and again, every couple of years, I'm like, I just gotta find that call and listen to it again. It's just so spooky.
Really? It is freaky for sure. Okay, question for you. Are you familiar with the CE5 experiment?
No.
You may or may not. Now, since you haven't been as in tune to this stuff, you may or may not be interested in it. But um, uh, David Greer, do you know Dr. David Greer? Are you familiar with him?
No, I only know David Allen Greer.
Okay,
Maybe.
wait, wait, wait? Am I fucking up his name? Because it's Dr. Stephen Greer. I'm so sorry. I think that I crossed my wires there. It's Stephen fucking Greer. Sorry. Anyway, he is a pretty like normal, regular kind of guy. He's was adopted by the government to do some kind of really interesting secret type of work. He was a doctor, and they had him in, and he has been given a lot of privileged information about the, you know, extraterrestrial disclosure stuff. He has come out, and he is a huge proponent for disclosure right now. There's a couple fantastic documentaries that I would highly recommend you watch. Um,
Okay.
Unacknowledged talks about how the government hid all of this stuff and what his role is in it and why it's important. And then Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind is the follow up one that he did, which is basically him saying there are these species of extraterrestrials that are genuinely trying to help raise the vibration of the planet. They're here to help us. There are, you know, some other spooky ones, sure, maybe, but that's separate from these, and they are waiting for our vibration to raise for us to be able to find a way to live more peacefully. But right now,
Right.
humans are fucking everything up, so it's a really fucked up time. But it seems like there's certain people are elevating in consciousness, so they're coming closer to the point of being able to interact with these beings. So the CE5 is he's been doing this since the 70s. Actually, it's really interesting, where he gets a bunch of people together, and people meditate uh, on communication with these beings of kindness, and they are manifesting sightings like regularly.
Wow.
Regularly. There's some videos of it, there's audios of it. You should absolutely check out, especially the Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, because that's more based
Okay.
on like the actual communication. So they'll do small CE5s where it's regional. There was last year at some time, I don't remember exactly what it was for, if it was for solstice or something, I don't remember. But he was like, this is a worldwide thing, and we're asking anybody that wants to participate from your home, wherever. We want to try to raise the vibration and as many people to be doing this at one time. So everybody just get together and just, you know, focus on communication with these beings and put yourself out there as a beacon. Like I recognize you, you know, like I acknowledge you for existing, and kind of like tipping your hat to
Right.
them. So it's very, very cool and interesting uh, concept that is going on right now, that there are people just by thought communicating with these beings, who apparently this species of beings is just looking out for us, trying to trying to help us along the way. And I'm sure they're
Right.
just kind of like, oh my god, humans, will you please stop doing this, like stop fucking everything up. So I think
Yeah, for sure.
communication is it's very possible, and to be able to connect with those things, um, as you have done, just in your mind, like, hey, I want to see something, show me that you're out there. There's that like instantaneous type of response that you get, like a call and response. So that's cool. You're tapped in. So, if that phase is, kind of moved out in your life, I totally do understand. But that might be something that you might enjoy, since you're already kind of tapped in. If, this is the kind of helping to facilitate good growth right
Yeah,
now
I
among
I put
humans.
those I put those both of those documentaries on my watch list, so I will
Oh,
definitely be checking
great.
them out. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, Stephen Greer, he's a really interesting dude. And, everything is with a grain of salt always and forever. But I have to say that I I really trust this guy. My instinct, I don't think he's pulling anybody's leg. He's not some just like kooky fucking guy. Like, seems like a very legit guy who was actually brought in on a lot of this stuff. And I don't know how he hasn't gotten whacked sharing a lot of this information, to be honest with you. I mean,
Right.
Bob Lazar is still alive. So if Bob Lazar is still alive and he hasn't been whacked yet, then, Stephen Greer can make it, I hope, because both of those guys, if you don't, if, I would imagine you know about Bob too, Bob Lazar.
Um, I don't recall.
Put that on your watch list as well. Actually, I had learned about him from Coast to Coast actually many years ago, and he used to work for Area 51. He was one of the whistleblowers, one of like the most famous
Okay.
whistleblowers, and he said that he had actually got um, an alien element from the research facility, and
Oh,
they did not like that too much. He's been watched profusely. He's had his house raided by the FBI on many, many occasions. They're always using some stupid, dumb excuse, which is not valid, basically. But he's a big guy as far as alien disclosure goes. So I think
right.
you'd probably really enjoy that one too. So yeah, there's a lot of really interesting stuff out there. Nobody knows, but feeling connected, it's amazing to at least know that you are connected to something
Yeah.
bigger than yourself. It's really
Yeah, for
cool.
sure. Yeah, I think it's important for people to feel that, whether they call it Jesus or love or
Whatever
whatever.
each person needs.
Yeah.
But you know what? You are out of this world, and I know that.
Oh,
And I mean that in so many ways. Just as a human, you're a fantastic human, and I'm so glad to have known you for as long as I have. And this was a really cool time right now to be able to talk about so much stuff. Like, we just covered a
yeah.
lot of ground, and we didn't even cover your true crime. We didn't even cover your traveling. So if you would like, I would love to have you sometime in the future for a part two, and we can cover some of the other
For
interesting stuff
sure.
that you've
Yeah, this
got.
has been super fun. Yes.
Good. I'm so glad. I
Yeah.
feel like a lot of people really enjoyed this as well. We had a pretty active chat for quite some time. Like,
Yeah.
we had about 20 people in there for a good while. We definitely kept people's attention, which is
Yeah.
always great. Yeah, part 2, the quickening. Ha ha ha. Oh, Natara said she was just thinking Jesus or love, and then you said that right then. That's awesome. Tavia says this is such an amazing show. Also, we need to talk about some things sometime. Just saying. I
Right
think
on.
um, I've been telling Tavia for forever. And I'm like, you would fucking love Delia. You guys would have such a great time. You would get along so well. You would have so much to talk about. And she's like, yeah, I know you say that every time. And I'm like, but I really mean it. Like, I really do. So I would love sometime if you want, I'll do a video chat or something. I can introduce you guys or messenger or something like that. But I really think that you guys could just have a really great chats about a million trillion things.
Hell
So
yeah.
yes,
Yeah, I
so
gotta come
maybe we
visit
go
you
from there.
soon.
I would love that so much. And you've got two friends living in the same neighborhood on the same block. So
Is that crazy?
yeah, Greg literally was behind. If I opened my door right now and yelled his name, if his window was open, he could fucking hear me. Like he's right there.
That's
It's so funny.
insane.
What are the odds? Yeah, so you should totally come out. And you get to meet his wife, who is just absolutely lovely and
Yeah.
fantastic. She's the cutest person ever. She's so sweet. Yes. What do you mean? Gallagher was Nico Dog, Dusty. That was like a really delayed response. That was really strange. I don't know. I was like, that was like 2 hours ago. I was like, Gallagher. um. Anyway, my darling, we're gonna go find a channel to raid. We're gonna
All
wrap
right.
it up. Let's see. Knowing you, you seem like an MXC fan. Sometimes, like when I raid humans, it makes it. Oh, you know what? No, speaking of humans, my friend Human Juke is on. Because sometimes after the podcast, I don't want to have to like interact too much necessarily on the Twitch. But my
Right.
friend Human Juke is on, and he's fantastic. So we're gonna raid him. Roxy is our number one raid captain of the universe. She's a fantastic mod, and she sets up the raid. So we'll just plop everybody over there. So hang tight, everybody. We're gonna go raid my lovely friend. His name is Danny. Human Juke 81 is his Twitch name, and he is an absolutely fantastic musician. He is literally a human jukebox. People throw out all different songs, and he's unbelievable. He plays the fiddle, he plays keys. He's fucking awesome. So, and it's neat that he's on normally because he's East Coast time. Like he would have been way asleep. I don't know what he's doing live right now. Like that. This is like a anomaly. So, oh yeah, Rock says she says thank you. This is really good. This was a really, really informative.
This was a really fun show. Yeah. Thank you
I'm
for
so
inviting me.
glad. I'm so glad. And if we get you out here in person sometime, we can do it
Woo!
in the
In the
flesh. We'll
flesh.
do it. Cool. All right, Rox, you got that pulled up there, little lady, little raid captain. Right now, I feel like we need the do 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 do. I'm glad you were able to share those EVPs with us. Just side note, I'm really glad that you were able to
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, for sure. Oh,
So,
here we go.
okay, looks like we're going. All right, we will see you guys later. Thank you for being
Bye.
here.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody. Yay. Awesome. Okay, let's hit that right button. Because we're not rated yet. Okay. There we go.